Yeah, it was a very close one for them. So, you know, I think they'll be counting their lucky stars that they've made it this far. But ultimately, a really solid kind of day coming through from Aurora. Cloud9, no sweat off their back. Meanwhile, the Group B side of things, much more random, I suppose. You know, It was very, very surprising here. VOYVODA making their way through. BNE just about scraping in. It was a close one against Eternal Fire to get there. It was a close one against iNation to get there. So they had... you know, a worse day than they were hoping for, I suppose, but they still do make it through. And, you know, they now have to face off against Cloud9, so it doesn't get any easier coming in. But the Group B side of things did have a number of surprises in store for us, so that's always good, always exciting. But ultimately, we get two teams that I think, you know, we're expecting from both groups. The clear favorites coming through, Eternal Fire. Unfortunately, we don't get to see them, but yeah, we'll be watching closely VOYVODA, whether they've got it for the best of threes or whether it is just the BO1 merchants.
You know, they're a massive dark horse. You know, the real kind of opposite potential and the aura around VOYVODA. They're often an overlooked team, not only as kind of casters and analysts, but as players too. And I think going in towards yesterday, the likes of both Eternal Fire and BNE just didn't give them the respect that they deserve. These are formidable opponents. These guys have been the absolute top of the top in Tier 2. You cannot look over VOYVODA. If you look back in the previous years of the best teams of 2022, Fiend and Skade are up there. Best teams of 2021, Skade again. I mean, you can't really discount the Bulgarian region as a Counter-Strike, and we're seeing it, of course, as of yesterday. However, the best of ones. Best of ones are a little bit of a gamble at times. Little bit comes down to kind of who just shows up early in towards the game. In a best of three, that's where they have to delve into the strat book.
Yeah, it's going to be tougher today. It's going to be a lot tougher, and they might, you know, not get the Inferno middle ground that they want. There'll be a few more punish picks in there, right? And Aurora, not really a team that, you know, they want to go towards their nukes, maybe towards their ancients, right? Maybe an Anubis in there as well. So yeah, we'll have to see. But this first matchup, I think, is obviously the toughie of the day. Cloud9 up against Bad News Eagles. Really going to be a difficult one for Bad News Eagles. Cloud9 have looked on good form, which is something that, you know, we maybe questioned coming in. Are they going to be, you know, guessing around and not respecting their opponents? Well, it didn't seem to be the case. They absolutely made mincemeat. Yes, it was a 16-10 against Aurora, right? First half, not perfect, but the second half, they absolutely demolished it. Only lost one round in their second half of Counter-Strike. So breezing past their opponents quite easily. You know the team. You know how it goes at this point. Shiro popping off, absolutely just carrying the team through on that Mirage against Aurora. Exile also present in the game, not needed as much, I suppose, because Shiro was taking all the kills. And even in the first game as well, we had Nafany kind of leading from the front as well. So they've all shown what they are capable of. The Cloud9 coming in as expected, looking good.
And, you know, for us as well, who cover a lot of the Tier 2 circuit, especially the upper echelon of Tier 2, we see, you know, very good teams. And then when you step up into Cloud9, you just see the difference, right? I mean, they were so well drilled, uniformed in their approach to Mirage. I mean, it was a joy to watch it. You got to give them credit. They were so good in terms of how they approached each and every round, how they're able to pull apart their sides. BNE, they have definitely got some tough work ahead of them. I mean, of course, a very good start and a lot of respect given over to these guys, 21st ranked in the world. And yesterday, Juan Flacho was on fire. And he can bring in some of that form heading in towards today's game. Then potentially we can see something on the cards where BNE can, you know, start opening the door to an upset. The big hitters we're looking at, Juan Flacho Rigon, the two hero riflers, the stars of the show here. GX had a very quiet day yesterday as the main AWPer. And that will be problematic because someone's got to stop Shiro, and GXX is going to be the first port of call. And if GXX slows down today the way he started slow yesterday, Shiro will run riot.
Yeah, that is one of the big things that I'm worried about, whether GXX can answer in. It's going to be a toughie if he does not, you know, at the very least, even match up kind of 3/4 of the way to Shiro. So we shall see on that front. But as you said, the riflers really strong. I think that BNE, if they can get those riflers activated, do have a chance here. It's still, I think, going to be a tough one. I think that Cloud9 are coming in, great run of form off the back of Pro League at the moment. There's maybe a map in there that, you know, BNE could find to try and abuse them. But ultimately, I don't think that they're going to be able to get the leg up on this one. We'll see. Maybe a 3-mapper. That's kind of what we'd want. Let's have a look at the veto then. Our first best of 3, our first proper, fully fledged veto to see how this one goes down.
Yeah, well, B&E, they're a very buggy side. I'm expecting one of the Mirage or the Inferno to come through. They played them both yesterday. It will be Mirage. I don't mind this at all. However, we saw in Group A on day one about how well Cloud9 played on Mirage 2. So that one's already going to be a test. Then we go into Vertigo, and that for me is a concerning sign. If you look, you know, Cloud9, 100% win rate that they've got on Vertigo right now, and if you look at the teams that they've played recently, it's the likes of G2, who they battered. If you saw that one not too long ago, it was a massacre by Cloud9. They beat them 16-6. They played End 16-13 and IM Katowice play-ins, and in Pro League, the most recent game they played was against Outsiders, again, another 16-9. Limiting your opponents, not even getting double digits against you. And then when it's G2 and Outsiders, you've got the best team in the world currently, and the current major winners, and you're not even allowing them to get 10 rounds. I think B&E are in for a potentially a tough one. Mirage, it's a must-win for B&E because Vertigo is going to be very, very shaky. I think there's a world in which you see a 3-mapper. However, it all comes down to that Mirage for me.
Yeah, I think there's a slim one. I'm going to give it to Cloud9 2-0, I think, because, you know, they played the Mirage already twice in this tournament, and they were very, very ready for that map to come out. It's really scary here. It is really scary. The B&E, you know, the Vertigo that we saw yesterday was kind of decent. Eternal Fire looked timid, looked nervous, but it wasn't like B&E ran away with that map. So I don't know that they're as, you know, confident into it. They were much faster, much more aggressive on that T side, and that's going to be something that Cloud9 will be ready for. The ramp takes on the CT end will be much more put together than Eternal Fires. You know, things like that will be very difficult. So yes, it does feel like a lot of this is going to be decided on Mirage, and I just think that Cloud9, with the way they were approaching things, Axel doing his own thing, Shiro taking over the game twice on Mirage, right, the other day, I think that that's going to be too much to deal with.
I agree. I really think Cloud9 played some seriously good Counter-Strike on towards their Mirage. They were so good on the T side and just going to dictating the pace. I mean, the game ran by their tune. It ran by their storyline. Whatever they wanted to do, it happened. And it doesn't matter kind of who they come against. Even against well-drilled sides like Aurora, it's still...
Yeah, certainly. I think, you know, it's really going to be a difficult one to pan out to understand how things are going down, to be honest with you. It's really looking scary, to be honest. It's going to be a difficult one. Going to be a very difficult one to predict. We are getting into the action, though, as no knife round. Nearly caught myself. It will be just straight into the action, of course. B&E starting off on that CT side of things as Cloud9 with the map pick. Makes sense. Everything checks out. Let's see how things pan out here. We will have a hero buy for Shiro as he's given the utility and the P250. And it looks like an A burst to come through.
Yeah, already. C9, we already spoke about how good their T side was. But Rigon getting a lot of space to work with in towards mid already. This is information being gathered. I'm liking this. For B&E, they can start to get a read on towards Cloud9, but certainly going to be tested.
Very early on indeed. Oh, great shot coming in. Will give some control across. Another one comes through. The flank is there. Goodness gracious, this is dominating. B&E not wasting any time, playing very aggressive indeed. And they will just absolutely mow through Cloud9.
What a start, right? What a statement by B&E. No respect shown. Rigon, couple of taps from him. He will see off Axile and Buster too. What a start for B&E. A flawless round as they just make an early statement that Cloud9 are going to have to pull off something magic to take Mirage from them. It's a confident pick to come in towards this one. My, oh my, Cloud9, not exactly the dream start for them by any means. B&E, that is everything they could ask for. Not only finding the round, it's flawless. And on top of that too, that Cloud9 don't even get a bomb plant. Everything going in their favor to start off here. Cloud9, back to the drawing board.
Immediately have some decisions to make then. Because it's not going to start as they would want. B&E, this is a top level game for them. They'll be bringing their A game. We did see, you know, some messiness against iNation in particular yesterday. But this game will be all to play for, and they know that. Juan Flatro going to be the first to open up for the CT side. Quick boost coming in towards stairs. Not really going to be able to find anything off the back of it. Dink does land there, but no frag. Coming close on a couple of these players. Got to be annoying, but unfortunately nothing presenting itself in the way that they would want, so they'll just have to, you know, take this one in their stride. Buster on the backside, I'm sure would prefer to die here to get his loss bonus, but just taking a reposition to maybe catch a player off guard.
Yeah, we'll go up on high. 37 points of HP, though. Should be seen off in a matter of moments. Gets a little tag. That's all it will be. The one casualty for B&E, but all things considered, not too shabby, really. 2-0. Lovely work coming through for B&E. Just to cement this solid lead here. Make sure that there's no real challenge for early doors. No ecos coming through. No weird and wacky rounds being converted. We saw a lot of that over the last 2 days with the ecos, especially within B&E. The ecos and force buys were problematic and also successful for them. Making sure they're limited, of course, now, as that was a full investment by C9, we're going to see another sort of middling buy. Scout coming out for Shiro, but aside from that, just a couple of upgraded pistols to work with. B&E, realistically, should start off this map 3-0.
Looking very likely indeed. So a keen start for B&E, and absolutely what they wanted to kick off this campaign. You know, picking up the pistol, man, always has an awful lot of weight behind it. There is a small threat in this round. Down goes one of them as Axile will fall there with the Deeg. But generally looking pretty good on that B&E side of things. And really impressive to see. Very well put together in the early rounds. And I think, you know, given the kind of history of where this team is at, they need the confident rounds to go in their favor early on to just keep things close, keep things competitive. GXX does bite off a bit more than he can chew. The rest of the team looking all good. Juan Flatro eats a tag here, but he's got some support, so he's all good, and that's the third going the way of B&E.
Well, there we go. You know, like we said, it's a sort of expected round. There's such a minimal investment coming through. Just that scout picked up by Shiro. Here's where we get a test. Here's where we get a real look in. Full buy coming out for Cloud9. And this one has to turn the tides of momentum if they want to be looking in towards a decent T-side of Mirage. Right now, early doors, but he's slightly slipping away from them. Not often you get to say that for Cloud9. But B&E, they're taking it to them. They're not showing respect. And I want to see more of that heading in towards round number 4. GXX in towards an AWP. Smoked off the angle. Does he take a pop shot? He does. To no avail. Run boost to come through. It's going to be the case. Nafany over towards mid. Nobody showing their presence over towards B&E. Giving up that space, just getting info.
Nice nade. Tiny bit of damage, though. It looked like it was going to do more than that. GXX mollied out. Life made very awkward indeed. Looking around middle here on the B&E side, trying to take the game to Cloud9. Cloud9 not really giving it. We did see this quite a bit, especially against Aurora. They were playing very, very slow, very, you know, just winding the clock down, going for those late round executes. Classic CIS sort of style, and it sort of spoke to a unsurety against the opponents that they're playing against. So maybe we're going to have that plague them again today, is that, you know, they just don't quite know how to approach against B&E specifically. So they're playing their own game as heavily as they possibly can and not giving B&E the chances. Contact play out through Palace. Going to move very, very fast indeed then. Nade might just take down the player into what sandwich it does indeed, but not before he finds a frag. And once again, pumping the brakes on. Trying to work their way out. Buster gets a flash in, but GXX has not really been dealt with. He doesn't know where to look, however. It's making life very difficult for him. Molotov comes in. There's still a player on the site itself. 20 seconds to get this bomb down. Smoke dissipating. Flash comes round towards CT. Great position for Juan Flatro. Only able to get one. But is it enough to deny the bomb plant away? Hobbit's got to win this fight, and he's just denied the chance at it. So they don't really have anywhere to plant the bomb right now. To be honest, Rigon will find two. That will spell the end of the round. Easy does it for B&E.
Cloud9 being put through the ringer right now. Nothing going their way. They continuously tried to push over towards the A side. They're never going to give up that control. B&E, they're so deep-rooted over there. Like we were talking about, you know, GXX in towards CT with the AWP, holding and waiting, while Flatcher's still tucked on site. And the hero player steps up with a hero moment. Fantastic from him, but it's all down to Rigon. Single-handedly winning that round out, denying the bomb going down. And time is of the essence. CIS Counter-Strike, they love to play things slow, methodical, but it can come back to bite them because they leave things too little, too late. 4-0. Nafany, great start.
Where to go now? B&E, a man down. They will be kicking themselves as they let that first one escape from them. It's been a very good campaign so far. would be quite something if they could keep these rounds coming in, but ultimately it's going to be a real challenge to hold on to the rounds. Cloud9 not going to make it easy for them at all. Again, slow start for Cloud9. Oh, big frag onto Hobbit. One Flatcho catches him lurking. Molotov going to go in. That splits them up here as well. Nafany wins his fight, thankfully, against Rigon. Big frag leaves the B bomb site completely open. 3 versus 3 now on the retake.
Space to work with for B&E. This post plant pretty strongly set up. Taking a lot of control here. And you see the crossfire as well. Spotting towards short. 2 bodies, 3 in fact. And Axel getting tagged down left, right, and center. But they're walking straight into the trap. It's Nafany in close to get right. It's a free kill for him at the center. And just like that, he's going to call it out of there. Molotov coming through. Does he push through it? Nafany is going to decide to keep going, keep hunting. The AWP going to post up. Who's going to win the fight? It's going to be Axel, who falls to the hands of GXX. He's keeping the big green in play. But it's going to be C9 finding their first round on the board. Finally, after what has been a long old run coming through where B&E were in complete control, C9 will find success. We have lost Shiro. So hopefully we can get him back in the server in just a second. But a great round, a great turnaround as well coming through. It all comes on the back of Nafany. Double entries for him. And then plays the post barn so well too. Single-handedly finding a lot of success in towards that round. I think the big thing I'm really asking for is Shiro to come online. We really haven't seen him make the impact that we were sort of hoping of. And hence why, on the other side, GXX is having those moments. We're seeing individuals like Rigon step up to the plate because they're not being punished for being aggressive. They're not being punished for being overzealous. And normally Shiro is the go-to hitman. He is the guy you call upon to punish them. But he's been a little bit quiet so far.
I think ultimately by virtue of not having the AWP out too much is one of the things. So, you know, he's been made to feel uncomfortable in the early stages of the game. So we'll see how long that continues for him. He's obviously going to be uncomfortable in this round as well. He's only got 3,500. So it seems just by virtue of winning the rounds, B&E are keeping Shiro at bay, but now that Cloud9 are on the board, things are going to change.
Very true. We're just waiting for Shiro to ready up, and then we are all good to go. I think he's had a little crash of the PC. Shiro in towards the scout. I think it's round number 6. So as you mentioned, no AWP in play for him, but he's still going to pick up a scoped weapon anyway. For B&E, no problems reinvesting. They already converted the bonus round. So plenty of money left in reserve for them to rebuy in. AWP kept in play too is the important one. Speaking of, GXX posted up. No smoking towards windows just yet. Buster will find the first when Flatro drops. That's an important kill.
Yeah, they're trying to get aggressive on towards ramp. B&E massively punished over there. They will be kicking themselves. It was their move. It was their idea. Did they necessarily need to go for it? It's tough to say. But unfortunately, as it stands, they will be a man down because of their aggressive move. Really well in from Buster. He was alone and manages to find an opening frag.
Very quiet for C9. Once again, off the back of that opening kill. Not going to make a decision. Holding, waiting. Looking for a mistake to come through. And B&E right now, a lot of A presence. Leaving essentially all down to Synopsy. That B site is extremely vulnerable. C9 don't know that, fortunately for them. It looks like they're veering in that way.
All power for GXX. Going to be smoked off pretty handily there with a top con smoke. Slow but sure in towards B. Synopsy does get one, needs trading, and he will be dealt with. Shiro gets his hands onto an AK, but look how they burst on towards B here with 3 players of B&E left on that A bomb site. It's too many to deal with, and they know it. They are just, you know, cowering over on A, and once the bomb goes down, they'll confirm the save. Cloud9 moving up to 2.
Good round. Yeah, it has to be the save call. Like we've already spoken about, B&E really had to dip in towards the funds to get a full buy around their saved AWP in towards this round. With 3 remaining alive, though, they should be okay to drop over. I think one Flatcher should be okay to pick himself up one. And potentially the likes of kind of a rig on a center, he can drop over an M4, and it won't be the end of the world. The only thing they might be limited of heading in towards the next is going to be utility. That's the big thing was sort of questioning ever so slightly. What's the util going to be like over towards B&E, as well as kind of what's the buy? I think with 3 remaining alive, they shouldn't really have too much of an issue, at least getting in towards maybe, you know, a FAMAS, or could even just be the MP9s, upgraded pistols maybe. I think saving around 3 saves doesn't really make too much sense to me. Go for an investment, try and compete once again. You might have to drop in towards the 5.7s, for example, or the Deagles. We know these guys can make it work, especially the likes of One Flatro. He can hit a couple of shots with the Deag. Need to give him the opportunity, and he will go in towards the old hand cannon. That's Cloud9, 2 in a row for them. And we spoke about this on towards day 1 in Group A. When Cloud9 get the ball rolling, when they get momentum, they can be unstoppable. B&E needs to make sure they cut it short.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about preparation coming into a tournament like this. It's hard for the tier 2 teams because there's so much Counter-Strike going on. That's maybe why VOYVODA get a bit cheeky and the BO1s trying to play their own game, and it's not quite good enough. I think Cloud9 it'll be the same, but their own game is at such a level that it maybe doesn't matter so much if they've not done direct preparation. At the same time, they should handily be taking this entire tournament. So any slip-ups, any, you know, maps dropped that you wouldn't expect, such as if they lose this one out, they've picked into it, you know, for example, it would be a bit of a rarity. So we'll see.
No mid-controls taken here by C9, start things off. Very slow in terms of the approach. This could play into the hands of B&E. 45 seconds to work with. They're looking over towards the A site. Utah's come through as well. Buster holding down the fort. Nobody giving them anything to work on. This is so quiet. And this is where mental fortitude starts to play. He's only into a USPS. No investment for him. He's going to sit in Ninja and hope it works.
Nafany charging forwards. It is going to be an A hit coming in, then a fully fledged A hit at that. XHOCII, the first one to fall in his secret little spot. GXX trying to play around the smokes. Nafany on the entries, though, is just too clean. GXX will catch one in between smokes. It is just the weaponry that was saved that is left. They were hoping for a bit more out from the pistols. Ultimately, they were hoping for it to be a B-sided attack, but it's anything but. Shiro goes flying in, will get taken down. Yet to frag, 0-6, and he is frustrated. He wants his frags. Fight in at middle nearly goes the way of Rigon, but not going to be the case. Nice catch from Teneri here. There is a kid available for GXX. Tap onto the bomb. Buster to peek, but he gets taken down by the AWP, and suddenly it's all down to Axel. It's being held, and GXX with the 2 most important frags will find B&E number 5. It all goes south for Cloud9.
What a round. And I think it all starts with the man you mentioned, Shiro, jumping over towards top stairs. I don't know what the idea there. I think he's assuming they've already called the save. But it was a 4 versus 4. They had plenty of time to work with, so they, of course, are going to give it a go. It's B&E of all people. One of the most aggressive sides we've got in Counter-Strike at the moment. They're, of course, going to give it a go. And it works wonderfully. They just rely on fundamentals, hitting their shots, and GXX doing exactly that. We spoke about it. If anybody's going to keep Shiro at bay, GXX needs to come alive in towards today's game. He was quiet yesterday, but now he is really alive and kicking. This is good to see. GXX hitting shots. Shiro unable to hit one out of just yet. That could be the linchpin to B&E finding a Mirage and potentially opening the door for this series being longer than we would expect.
T-side start from Cloud9. Certainly an interesting choice. Oh,
True.
Barrel spotted. And Flatro. Oh, he wants this kill. He's going to go for it, but he misses the opportunity. Oh, the restlessness gets the better of him, and it will cost him there. Cloud9. Absolutely thankful for that one. Take that every day of the week. See you in a bit.
Yeah, that's a grave error, isn't it? Let's be honest. He's got all the information. You can just see he's on edge. It's like a kid in the toy shop. Just couldn't control himself. Wanted to go and fly in for the kill. And it cost them the man advantage. Repeeking in. GXX is risky. But he's going to find a shot towards Axile. It's a huge kill. As long as he doesn't overextend, Shiro could fall to the same fate. But he finds his first kill.
Loses his life pretty quickly thereafter to XHOCII. At least Nafany's in for the trade, so they'll retain the man advantage. But the bomb has hit the deck. Gives a good idea of where it's going to end up. Teneri gets the better of Buster. Looking for another, but it comes away to Hobbit. And now just Rigon Gonna try and go for it, try and get ahead of the curve here, find himself an AK. Plenty of ammo in it, there is a kit. Oh, out on towards the site. Nafany gives his life away pretty quickly. It's just gonna be Hobbit with 12 HP. And the hold coming in. Hobbit with the reposition. Can he get here fast enough? Doesn't matter. He's not heard him get on the bomb, Neo. He's not heard him get on the bomb. He's just going to go for the hold, and BNE come away with another one. Again, off the back of some overzealous movement from the Cloud9 players. They're getting ahead of themselves, and this is really starting to cost them.
I think now what we're starting to see is that Cloud9 are expecting this to be a walkover. They're expecting this game to be easy, and it's costing them quite consistently. These post-spawn scenarios are not looking good for Cloud9. They're not looking as lock and key as they have been in the past. They're sending these feelers out so deep when they set up these post-spawns, but they get that bomb down. But BNE just always playing close to sight, close to the action, you know, moving as a pack, essentially, and banking off the back of trades. I'm not liking what I'm seeing so far. Cloud9 in a pretty rough predicament. And as you mentioned kind of earlier, they chose to start T-side. It is BNE's map pick. They chose to start on that T-side. And right now, it's coming back to bite them because things are not looking comfy at all. That's 2 in a row for BNE, and things are starting to move in their favor, and a very good opportunity, well, for both sides. It's a bit of a swing round fight. Whoever wins this one essentially breaks the economy of the other.
Yeah, it feels like there's constantly been buys, despite the fact that, you know, BNE have been finding a fair bit of success. So Cloud9 have not had to eco things out for quite a while, which I suppose is one silver lining that they've got. Maybe the only one at the moment. Oh, rig on it. 12 and 3. Holy moly, this guy is really on it. Yeah, that is a very scary prospect that BNE are not coming to mess around. And we talked about this yesterday, didn't we? They're sort of like a big game team. There has to be some kind of stakes in it. When they were playing iNation, they were forcing, they were going wild, they were running about, they were taking wide swings, they were overconfident, you know, and they didn't check it. They just kept playing, and they were like, ah, we'll win eventually. And then it got to overtime, bit of a game reset, and they managed to win it. When they were playing against Eternal Fire, we saw that level that we expect from this team coming in. Really surprising, you know, that VOYVODA managed to beat them 16-4. Now against Cloud9, we're seeing some top-tier gameplay from the side of BNE. Pre-firing for Guan. Flat throw buster takes him down, though. What a shot. Exile in behind to make the difference. Just as I was singing the praises, BNE going to be beaten out by the contact A play from Cloud9. At least that's the way that it looks. What can XHOCII get done? Takes a fair bit of damage there off of that one. Waiting for Exile, who creeps up just as he throws the nade to take him down. Cloud9 up to 3.
It's a much better round. That's the Cloud9 we know and love. That's the C9 who can, you know, completely dictate the pace of a round. They needed one of those. They just needed a confidence booster. And as we said, it's a massive swing round. Win that round, they break the other side's economy, and that's exactly what we see. BNE are not going to have money to work with at all heading in towards the next round. So I'm assuming at the very most, it's going to be a couple of pistols, and that's about it. Yeah, exactly. Rig onto a beta 50, XHOCII in towards Deagle on half armor. For BNE, this is a pretty tough position to be in terms of, despite the success they've had, no buy, nothing to work with. Just going to be a round in which C9 should take very comfortably.
As you mentioned, the big swing round in the middle of the half goes the way of Cloud9, so yep, it should be easy pickings here. The Mac 10 to lead the charge for Nafany, make some cashola. That's what we want from him. Exile, meanwhile, on the old lurk play in the apartments, nearly loses his head, to be fair. 8 HP, the difference in that one, so Rigon will be a bit frustrated that he's not able to find the frag. It's going to be a B crunch in the end of this round. XHOCII hidden away. The rest of the bodies trying to make their way over. Nice shot from XHOCII. He's not expecting Hobbit so far up. Easy does it. And it'll just be GXX remaining.
Yeah, man, USPS. Are we expecting anything? No, just the one consolation kill. On towards the one guy that we're very surprised to see in this position. Shiro has been so quiet. Nice shot from Nafany. Yeah, he'll be on the way out. He has really been hitting shots, to be fair to him. 12 and 7. Shiro right now, 1 and 8. And actually could be a, you know, a pretty key indicator of kind of why C9 are in this position where They are still at a deficit, and they are still kind of behind B&E. They haven't got the big man, the third best player in the world as of 2022, hitting his shots. He's just really been all the quiet. Yeah. I mean, T-side AWPing is at times difficult, very understandable. It's never normally a problem for someone like Shiro, who is such an animal.
Yeah, it's not usually this difficult, you know. I think that's kind of the thing. And he did cost him around a little earlier, so he's certainly not playing to that S-tier game that we're used to. Maybe we'll see more of it out on Vertigo, but a slow start to Mirage. He's now stuck in a rut, as can happen when you go down. You just cannot find a frag, no matter what you do. It does happen to the best of us, as he would be, to be honest. That's usually a phrase that includes, you know, everyone, we're all the best of us, very wholesome. But, in this case, really it is literally.
I think right now, you can maybe make the argument second best in the world behind Zywoo. GXX. Back turn will be called by Hobbit. And things might start to fall sideways for B&E in what is just a low buy round once again. Second part of the double eco. Like we were expecting, not too much from B&E overall. If he had a couple of consolation kills, that'd be lovely. But it's asking a lot with just pistols against that full buy, but still take a couple of taps on towards one Flatchers. He's dropped the 19 points of HP and already fallen by the wayside.
Just about. Oh, Axel with a wide swing on towards one Flatcher. Looked like he had a good position, but not to be. So it will be easily getting this bomb on towards A. They're just, you know, not taking any chances. I think they want to find this round as cleanly as they possibly can. Nice one coming in onto XHOCII. Going to confirm the fact here. Everything looking good. Rigon does find Nafany. Any kill going to be valuable in a round like this, but the trade immediately there. Cloud9 closing the gap, moving up to 5 quite easily.
Yeah, I mean, that was an expected round, like we said. Second part of the double eco. There's nothing really brought to the table in terms of investment. Everything pans out as expected. Axel will take a tag, but he'll see off the frag pretty comfortably. C9 up to 5. Deficit, slowly but surely, starting to be chipped away now. And B&E, this is an important round. You can even make the argument a must-win round. I feel like if they don't, it might even start locking in Cloud9 to taking a lead at the turn of the half. Getting ever close to the kind of guaranteed, the needed 8 rounds. Right now, B&E started so strong. And you can see them just getting a little nervy, you know, overextending, over-peaking, and giving C9 opportunities back in towards this game. And most importantly, Shiro's back on towards the AWP. Nafany continuing his hot streak up to 14 frags as another entry goes his way.
Yeah, taking over the game. We saw a snippet of this against Domination, which, you know, a very different caliber of team for sure. Axel going to give his life away, though, just getting a bit giddy on the B-bomb site, goes in too deep and will be punished for it. So C9 back to the drawing board on that one. And XHOCII's continued pushing, getting a lot of information here.
Very quiet, all down to XHOCII. The IGL leading from the front, leading with a frag on towards the IGL on the other side. Brain versus Brain. It's XHOCII who comes out on top. Oh, but Shiro finding one. Flatcho in towards Pilots. It's all crumbling. A 2 versus 3 with a spread around.
Yeah, this gets a little weird. Oh, especially as GXX chimes in. Great shot. The bomb trap then. Just hiding out, waiting for this rotation to come through. It's going to be an awfully long time from Shiro. Hobbit. Just playing the patience game. Can't really go anywhere at this point. Try and stay alive is his goal. And they didn't see the bomb. And with the way that Cloud9 have been playing, they have had, you know, in this round, and it's been shown that they are split. So they have confused the defense, which was ultimately the goal. And as the time starts to tick down, the bomb will make its way out. Soneri playing very safe indeed. Oh, timing peak, going to drop Hobbit. And Hobbit had cleared out the areas, not quite confident that he could make it in towards the site. There's no time here for Shiro. And that will be number 7 going the way of B&E. They hold on to their lead by the skin on their teeth. Cloud9 kicking themselves. They let that one fall.
Yeah, no, agreed. That's one of those rounds where it goes down to the play style of Cloud9 once again. We know they're very slow and methodical in terms of their approach. However, you've got the numbers advantage, and then you're losing one. You bring it back to a 4 versus 4, and you've allowed B&E to sow these kind of deep seeds into how they've set up their defense. Works really well from them. Really solid setup. And C9 once again, just unable to read what B&E are cooking over towards our CT side. And right now, it's a delicious meal. GXX taking a shot. Very close to front of the target too. But it will fall off the angle.
Shiro, or the opportunity goes under his crosshair. Synopsy took a peek, didn't really spot anything. So once again, things get strange. It's going to be the connector smoke coming down. He's going to try and work around it here. Axel watching, knows this one. So does Shiro. Yeah, they were both very ready for that play. No cheekiness here, thank you very much. They know Mirage like the back of their hand. Axel going to go pushing through the connector smoke to find another. And now just the 3 remain for BNE. Nice shot from GXX as he continues to have impact round on round. But he will lose his head. Cloud9 looking to answer back quickly. Rigon has spotted one crossing. Tough angle to beat here. He will find one. The AWP misses the shot, but he gets overwhelmed from short anyway. And there's the lurking presence of Hobbit to make sure the round is sealed off. And Cloud9 bring it back within 1.
Yeah, very important as well, because it's once again just shunting that economy over towards B&E, where they once again can't go in towards the full buy. And Cloud9 should know this. They should understand that that's really causing an effect over towards the CT side, where, to be honest, Cloud9 should tie up the game here, 7-all. And we see a real fight to see who is going to take that lead at the turn of the half. From what started kind of questionably for C9, the control wasn't looking too good for them. They take mid and everything falls into place. And speaking of falling into place, Shiro hitting shots like that. Synopsy's made its way in towards Palace. Is Hobbit aware?
Oh, we all saw that. Molotov misses.
Imagine it takes Synopsy. Imagine.
I know, that would be funny. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Oh, spotted. Where's he coming? There we go. Hobbit does manage to find it despite the mishaps. All the same, going to be down to just 2 now for BNE. So the gap fully closed, and I would say 7 rounds on that T side is going to be enough for them to work with. We saw how strong their CT end was, you know, yesterday. Really impressive. And this is, again, you know, Shiro being kind of quiet. It's Nafany leading up the charge.
Yeah.
Really interesting to see. It just brings a whole new dynamic to Cloud9.
Yeah, Nafany's absolutely flying. Of course, entering IGL is kind of the new meta these days. We've always kind of had previous conversations about IGLs don't need to frag as much, but it's sort of changed, especially with the likes of Karrigan really starting to step up for FaZe. Even Electronic, I guess, if you want to make that argument over towards Na'Vi. We're seeing now these IGLs play this entry role in a sense where they're getting so much information, but Shiro, slowly but surely, starting to wake up. And I think if you wake the beast, you should get very, very scared. When Shiro starts hitting shots and starts feeling confident, B&E should start feeling nervous.
Very true. Very, very true. Here we go, though. Quick burst in towards the A-bomb site once again from Cloud9. The cut and dry, they've been doing this a lot. The Molotov going to burn Scenario. He had no options, nowhere to go. GXX will manage to find one, but another fire kill comes in. No contest for Cloud9 breaking in towards this A-bomb site. They've got a flank coming round as well. They're not going to fully commit, so they might even just go B with the bomb. Axile lurking on B as he so often does, has gotten in behind. Going to hold the line and allow space for that bomb to go down.
Axile in a position, parked up, waiting for a mistake, and he might be giving it right here. Synopsy will walk straight to the trap. Axile not missing those any day of the week. Smoke will come through. He should be pretty locked in here. Trying to move away. Rigon pushing the smoke. He actually gets caught on the door frame. Who's going to get in first? Axile will see him off. At the turn of the half, from what was a poor start for C9, they will guarantee a lead on their T side, 8-7. And now we start to ask questions of B&E. What has happened? How has it fallen so flat? Because everything was in the palm of their hand.
Beautiful stuff. Really, really solid. And Cloud9, yeah, it took them a while to get going. It kind of took them a while to get going against Aurora, I suppose. So, you know, VNE credit where credit is due. But they've got a lot more work to be doing here on this T side, and it's going to be really difficult. Cloud9, brick wall effect, all that good stuff, and we'd probably see Shiro activate a bit more. He actually did quite well. He was 1-8, and then he gets up to 7-8. So he did have a good run of rounds there towards the tail end. Juan Flatcher going to take down Hobbit. They say have the pistols in the back pocket, apparently. Oh, and Juan Flatro finds Nafany on the crack angle. Beautiful shots. Will be down to a 5 versus 3 then. Still got Axile in at CT. Someone got to pop off here for the CT side. They're going to go hunting. He can't find one up close. It's just Buster that's found a kill. Shiro tries, but Shiro fails. And BNE with 2 out of 2 pistols.
Yeah, great start. Needed as well for BNE. They sort of lost this control of the game in a sense where they were dominating the start of the first half and everything was kind of playing out in the way we'd expect of B&E on that CT side. And then things fall a little bit flat and you're getting a little bit cautious, a little bit nervous. Thankfully, when Flatcher double to open things up, cracks open the A side and he gets another to add to this tally as well. It's a great round for him individually, but for B&E as a whole, C9, I think a little bit shell-shocked in terms of the quick approach on the pistol round. Now they are forced down to what is a full buy, but it's not exactly too much brought onto the table. You got an MP9 for Axile and a couple of upgraded pistols. Realistically, normally, this should be B&E taking this every day of the week and without too much of an effort.
Well, we'll see. Did see some force buys come a bit close. Actually weren't that many in the first half, though, to be honest with you. The way that Cloud9 were able to control their economy was pretty impressive.
Yeah, he goes quiet right now.
Yeah.
Maybe for B&E, just nervous about where C9 to set up. If it's a gamble stack, they're only walking into it. Shiro posted on waiting. Juan Flatcher still testing the waters over here. He's done damage already towards Buster. That's confirmed damage. You'll know of it. Looking like they want to make a decision off the back of that nade to come through. Juan Flatcher should take a tag, and he will down to 78. And Rigon will find the first.
In towards A they go then, yep. Axel just going to get overwhelmed. Hobbit had started to move away as they thought they were going to give B a go. Juan Flatcher with the double kill seals the deal here. And just Hobbit on this CZ, hoping someone comes his way, but BNE doing very well to fend off against the force buy. Obviously, their map pick here, so you would expect the T side to have some plans, have some grounds to work with, but we'll see. Cloud9 yesterday, that CT side from them was really scary.
Yeah, it was. It was. I mean, we saw they started pretty poorly in a sense, so we were actually already building up a conversation of, hang on, maybe an upset's on the cards here. Maybe Aurora are going to somehow walk away with this game in the kind of the CIS derby of Group A. But no, what a turnaround from C9 yesterday against Aurora. We're sort of not seeing that sort of start here. Granted, it's not the full buy, so it's not exactly a conclusive test. That was really well paced by B&E. You know, very good in terms of their slow approach, making sure they avoid the gamble stack, making sure they get all the information before they pull the trigger on execute. Everything pulls in towards their favor. One flash over double on the way out too. Just really confirming the round for B&E and confirming the lead back in their favor. That pistol round giving them a lot of early momentum into each and every half. We saw it happening towards the first when they were on the CT side. Now it's working wonders for them on C side. C9. Eco for them in towards the next. They fully invested in towards the second round of the half to no avail. And it will mean an eco into round number 18. Hobbit close and personal. One Flatcher needs to be careful.
Needs to be very, very careful. In goes Hobbit. Does manage to find one there. Kind of comically so as he goes flying around the corner. Axile and Shiro. Axile, especially on the Deagle here, needs to be watched. Shiro up close with the P250, trying to find one. Can he get it? Gets a dink. Left low from an aid and spammed down by Rigon. Unlucky. Nonetheless, number 10 coming in for BNE. Nice and fast. Building up some confidence in these early rounds, it looks like. Tactical timeout for Cloud9, and rightfully so. Things are starting very quickly to get away from them. They've got to find success here with this first rifle round.
Yeah, it's kind of a must call in a way, right? We're looking at this and we're looking at Nafany to try and rally the troops here. It's not exactly been the dream start to the second half, the same way it was towards the first half. But what they wanted to do here is cut this tempo that B&E are building already. They want to ice them out, make sure that they don't start to get on that unbelievable run of form, make sure they don't get the snowball effect in play. if they get the ball rolling, B&E, especially on T side, such a difficult opponent, no matter about rankings, what tier they represent. We've seen B&E, the major sweethearts, a team who everybody loves, an organizational side who've made these deep runs in majors, made their way for RMRs, taken on formidable opponents time and time again. They are not uncommon to these sort of games, these sort of high-pressure matches against top-tier talent. They found 11 here. My God, things get really problematic. Seneri sitting in the smoke. Nafni just in front of the one in towards Con. This is an important kill, which you'll find to open things up. A great start off the back of the attack.
Trying to bring the game to their opponents. That's what the timeout will have been about. Works beautifully. Hobbit going to go down, though, to GXX on the AK. Nearly finds the frag. Leaving him on 10 HP. Must have been a dink for dink kind of scenario. It's a bit unfortunate there for Hobbit. Axal pushing him behind very quickly, though. Will manage to find one. Set up and ready for the B player. Timing works against him, though. And he will go down 3-on-3 ensuing. Where do they go here, though? They've got some control towards mid. That's about all they have to speak of. Ramp control, I guess. You kind of gifted that, though, as a T side. So it's difficult to say where they're going to end up. Rigon just hanging about. Got to watch himself that he doesn't go down too easily.
Space creating towards mid in this 3 versus 3, and off the back of it, being each going to pump the brakes. Nafni rotating back over towards A. It's the right call. There's already one. That'll Rigon. He's got a lot of space to work with. The question is, do they expect each other to be so close? Rigon barrel spotted, and that's enough for Nafni to work off. If he doesn't look the other way, he should be okay. Molotov will come through. That'll force away Buster. He's going to be dropping back over towards short. No, he's going through it. Well, Flatshot will fall toward onto Synopsy, the leader, the IGL, in a 1 versus 3, and Shiro knows where he is. He's got his number.
Gonna get the bomb plant, which I suppose is a nice silver lining for the team. Can he find any damage on the way out is the big question. Nope, he cannot. As Shiro takes him down easily enough, starting to heat up now. Cloud9 bringing it within 1, and a very, very clean opening rifle round coming through from the CT defense. Absolutely immaculate stuff from a couple of their players. Nafani continues to frag 19 now, all the way up to the top end of the scoreboard. And we know that he's sort of a confidence-based IGL. When he's playing well, he calls better, and you can see Cloud9 in that round. They went aggressive kind of everywhere. And they find, I'd say, 75% of the fights going their way, 75% of the success. So BNE know that the struggle is beginning and know that this Cloud9 CT side can just take over the game. They're going to try and not let it happen with a tactical timeout.
Yeah. It's important. Make sure that you don't allow, in the same conversation that we're having for Cloud9 and their attack pause over towards BNE, make sure that you don't allow them to start feeling confident, start feeling comfortable in where they currently stand. BNE doing the same thing. BNE have got this lead. They've got this control of the game right now, and it's on T side. A side in which they control the tempo. They dictate the pace of the game. I need to make sure it's them. It is running to their song. We saw it towards that round, Cloud9. The control was fantastic. Nafani again, making such a difference. Been so consistent in doing so. Boster, while he's been a little bit quiet towards today, just generally speaking, great impact kill for him in towards short, really just settled that round in the favor of Cloud9. And only 1 round behind as well, breathing down the neck of BNE, is making them feel the pressure. So off the back of the pause, what's the plan of action? It might just be a bit of a fake towards A, but a slow contact play towards B. An MM classic.
Indeed it is. Trying to fake things out towards A. Got some deep smokes coming in. Shiro going to take Scenario nice and quick. Maybe didn't want to give the life away so fast. Buster still spotting. Nate going to come through. Ooh, he's opting to play a little aggressive here, waiting for the flash to come round. It's Axile who holds, but Rigon who demolishes. And the 3 versus 3 ensuing. They'll get the bomb down here. They'll get themselves into a decent post plant. The Cloud9 B hold has indeed failed them. And now the round blasted wide open. And they're a bit unsure of how to approach things, whether they fully want to commit to the approach, to be fair. Time ticking away. They don't have a kit to work with. Might just give this one. There is a kit that's short, though, will be retrieved. Not a lot of time now, just holding for exits, it looks like, trying to keep them in the bomb site, make sure they all go down. Nice shot from GXX to confirm the fact and continue the damage onto that CT side, who without that saving player might debate the buy themselves. They're all going to exit safely, make it out. And 11 for BNE, Cloud9 are breathing down their necks, but not able to even it up.
Yeah, like I said, the B hole just really fell apart there. You know, Shiro's been playing over towards short, and the one time he doubles back towards the A side, it all falls at hand. Really well played, GXX. He's still finding that form, and had a couple of real key shots coming through from him. We mentioned, if he starts hitting them, yesterday it was primarily the one flat throw show, and at times Rigon was doing his duty too. With GXX being so quiet, it made those fights at range so problematic. He's been doing good work. Missed shot by Shiro uncharacteristically, but second half asking, he's always going to take them. Hobbit sitting in close, both expecting someone on the other side of the smoke. It's a question of who hits who first. As Shiro delivering for a second, doing great work. And one flat just walked away from the angle. Hobbit with a Deagle finding a kill. This mixed match of a buy. Looking like he's going to find C9 the 10th.
Yeah, Shiro with the mad aggression coming in, just allow him to do his own thing again. He's had a great recovery here, folks. We have to say he was 0-6 at one point. That first half was not very pretty from him. But now he's looking really solid as he finds all these rounds, all these fights going his way on the CT side. I suppose just able to take some better spots on the CT end of things, and for sure, it is paying dividends for him. 2 remain for BNE.
I mean, even worse as well. Yeah, he was 0-6, but he was 1-8. I mean, he was really falling away, and he goes from 1-8 to 8-8. I mean, just in the space of the half, and then since then, only died a few times while getting quite a numerous amount of kills. If you kind of discard, for example, the first 8 rounds and then look at his kill tally, he's essentially going something along the lines of kind of 10 for 2 or 10 for 3, which is what you'd expect of Shiro. And it just shows, no matter how good a player you are, we all have bad days. We all have slow starts. But now he's, you know, the gears are moving, the cogs are in motion. Things are pretty tough. BNE, of course, just a safe call here. Expected. Really, in a 2 versus 5, what are you actually going to do? But BNE, they'll be kicking themselves, losing that sort of round. And that's sort of round as well, which you'd even be tempted to call attack pause off the back of. It's a tilter. You know, you've come in against, what is a hero warp and one of the rifle, and you've lost to primarily pistols. I mean, if that was me, I'd be tilted.
They've picked up a lot of cash as well, so, you know, a couple recovered weapons, I believe, for Cloud9. Yeah, 4 AKs. Wow, okay, so everyone gets an AK here, and everyone gets a weapon picked up in the previous round. Those that didn't have it, the 3 that didn't have anything. So that is really great for the economy. And of course, that one-tap potential that is constantly on the cards here is going to be very scary to play against. Cloud9 in prime position, bro, to even this one up. They really are.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, this is important. It's a massive round for Cloud9 here as well. Find this and limit the success of BNE, and they will shatter their economy. Financials will be in ruins. Hobbit playing in around the smoke. This is Astralis Magisk-esque. He made this sort of play around the smoke in towards ramp. So formidable, and that's why we'll find the first Shiro in for the trade. Keeps the numbers in favor of C9.
Nafany winning out towards short as well. Looking very good indeed. Cloud9, they are doing it. They are bringing this one back. Rigon tries to take the fight, wins the fight against Nafany. In fact, XHOCII will trade him at the very least. So still no hope in hell for BNE. GXX, the only one that remains. He does have the bomb on his back and should be able to get a plant here, actually. They are not really set up to defend the A-bomb site. He's just clearing as many angles as he possibly can. The more he does this, the more time he gives across to Cloud9 to work their way in and deny him the plan. How's this going to play out? He will get the bomb down. Okay, so there is that at the very least. He's trying to move in towards CT. He's not going to be ready for this player super up close. XHOCII's crept round. Drops down, makes noise. Now the orb does know. Molotov hits him. Pre-fire is not enough. But Shiro with the wallbang will take him down. It does end up being costly there for Cloud9, but they'll be happy with that, evening things back up. And the CT side off strong right now.
My God, C9 doing what they did against Aurora, where things didn't look too comfortable over toward the T side. But the second it flips in towards that second half, look where we stand now. All time squared 11 apiece. An important round as well. B&E, yes, to get a bomb plant, but the funds are still extremely limited. Rigon, my hero AK, he's been the real difference maker for B&E. We are going to see attack pause. We knew it was coming at some point, especially if that round was to be lost. It was either coming now or into the next full buy. But it's a good call. Second of theirs used for B&E and a good time for a conversation. It's now no longer their game. And the way in which they've got to approach the rest of essentially Mirage is a completely different way they've been approaching the game prior. Before this, it's still always been in their control. You know, we saw them take the pistol. They had a good little run of form to open things up. Even in the late stages of the first half, while they lost control of the lead by quite a margin, they still were able to have some comfort over their gameplay. Now it's not the case. Cloud9 are alive and kicking. Shiro's hitting shots as well. Nafany's still on fire. And Axel's coming alive too. All the pieces of the puzzle over towards Cloud9 are slotting together. And B&E know all too well about this. What's to be called for them is going to be exactly as expected. The hero AK for Rigon to come through. Just a few pistols around it.
Still expecting some impact out of this. They need to find a way in here. Nice pickup from Juan Flatro coming in. The Deagles charging forwards. Rigon going to find another one. Juan Flatro does go down. But Rigon with the hero AK doing well. They're going to recover an M4. Looking very good in this 4 versus 3, to be honest with you. The basic A execute coming round. Nice find from Axel. Knows his angles. Smokes will dissipate. As Buster in from CT, the next most important. Looks away. Oh, no. And they're going to get the better of him. That timing is so rough. And they might just give it off the back of that. They are indeed looking like they're on the way out. Rigon will track Shiro. And panic for Cloud9. They really get caught off guard there. A lot of players, you know, checking the wrong angle, getting a bit shaky. Axel should be able to survive here, but even then, they're actually after him. Nice positional change, but he's got no HP, so Rigon does make mincemeat out of him. Orb to be recovered, not going to be able to get the chance. All the same, BNE back in the lead off the back of the half buy.
Yeah, it's a huge round to take. Really well played from B&E. It's a hero AK and a few pistols. And, you know, in those sort of rounds, really all we're looking for is a bomb plant. A bomb plant just alleviates a little bit of the pressure heading into the next full buy. They've done that and some. Not only have they found the round, the bomb going down, all 5 kills, and a couple of those saved over 2. It's a fantastic performance of B&E. And a statement to be said, Nafany taking a lot of damage to nades early in towards the round, sitting in the Molotov for a little bit, and then a nade on top of it. B&E claw back the lead in their favor as Buster double AWPing here. So we'll look over towards Apps. And Ops, he shows his arm, and he's very lucky not to be tagged.
Axel, the short holder. He's had some decent rounds, but going to be bested in this one. Goes a bit too wide. Juan Flatro takes him down, and he finds Nafany. Rigon's been picked up in all the carnage. Meanwhile, Shiro's still alive. Needs to go huge. Able to find one. And the second. They're not spacing in very well. And Shiro doing what Shiro does. Brings it down to the 1v1. Misses the shot. Goes on to the AK. SHQIPET not going to go down. A huge round coming in from BNE. Despite Shiro's heroics, the 13th goes the way of the T side.
That's massive. That really is. Oh my god. It looked like Shiro's going to pull off one of those rounds. One of the rounds where, as a player, nothing you can do. It's just Shiro doing Shiro things. But thankfully, SHQIPET, the man from the front, sees it off. That got way too close for comfort. Way too close. Credit to SHQIPET, all picked up. And another pause called by B&E. Yes, they're finding success. But the cost at which they're finding it, still quite the problem. 13-11, and B&E are on the road to taking their map pick on their T side. And for me, personally, C9, I think the T side start for them somewhat questionable in a way. I always, no matter the map, I always prefer B&E on the T side. You know, when they've got AKs, when they're setting the tempo, this is the B&E you know and love. And we're seeing it now. They're just making Cloud9 look so uncomfortable. That's what it's all about. Full way out for the T side, C9 down to nothing. Full eco for them as GXX finds an easy opener.
Lovely stuff. Cloud9 just trying to group together and make the pack mentality work out. BNE, though, this is really solid stuff. Obviously, their map pick, we go into Vertigo next, which is a really scary kind of prospect. Cloud9 sort of their home map at the moment. And we did say that it all comes down to Mirage. BNE, despite being kind of down in the early stages, right? The CT side from Cloud9 got off to a very strong start. BNE have upset the apple cart here. Really just bringing their A game. The individuals activating a lot of crunch rounds, a lot of scary moments in there, but Rigon in particular has just been able to deliver the opening frags so very well.
GXX, hang on a second. A little bit of a predicament here. He will fall. I mean, Shiro in towards an AWP. Not what you want, because Shiro can do exactly that. Oh, no, hang on. This is being way more expensive. Yes, BNE is still going to take the round. And making an expensive boss there. He's a secondary AWP with a side, looking for another, and he will fall to the bomb in the end of things. A good few kills on the way out. Cloud now take the silver linings. BNE still take the round, and they're going to use their final tack pause as an opportunity for Synopsy. Devil Walk the coach, just to make sure they confirm things in their favor and cool their heads off what was a little bit of a close affair on the way out there.
Yeah, just keep them cool, I think is definitely how it goes here. Really has been a high-octane kind of game so far. And as said, the rounds that the BNE have been winning have been, you know, really, really tight, down to 1vx's. They keep on winning them, and that's all that matters. Cloud9 will come back through with a buy of their own. It's not perfect, but it should work. And we need to see them at the tail end here find a decent string. As you can see, you know, yes, pistol comes into play. BNE have abused that, but it's been 3 in a row for BNE right now. There was an eco in there, but Cloud9 have controlled the economy pretty well, had buys more often than not, and still they're not able to find the rounds. Only 3 picked up so far in the second half, and only 2 together. We've got a match medic, as Devil Walk has, I think, dropped out and joined the wrong team, which would be a classic.
Does happen. Definitely does happen. Either way, we take a breather, and I think probably a good time for a breather. I think especially for BNE, the way in which that round ended, of course, still goes in their favor, all well and good, but the fact that they kind of, you know, overextending it a little bit, and Cloud9 making them feel the pressure on the low buy, the pistols, Shiro found a couple of kills with the AWP before he does drop. You got to make sure that they kind of cool off. They make sure they don't get too hung up on that one being expensive on the way out. Either way, I'm hoping or expecting Devil Walk. I see him over on that left-hand side, so I think he should be getting into place in just a second. Jumping in towards the old coach role. And then we are good to go. What a game we've had so far. Cloud9 against Aurora when things are looking bad for them. They turned it around massively on towards the CT side, and everything fell in their favor. But this time, they've just not been able to get any sort of form on that CT side. And BNE could be going in towards Vertigo with a map under their belt already.
Yep. And the competition will then be on. The pressure will then be on. It's not a map that, you know, BNE are too foreign to. They played it yesterday against Eternal Fire. Had a good matchup there. Not a great matchup, but a good one. Cloud9 a different caliber of team, but it doesn't seem to matter. BNE proving that they can match up against them on a map like Mirage that Cloud9 had found some pretty good success on, particularly on the CT side. I thought we were going to swap over and it would be a clinic again. But anything but. Cloud9 down and out. And this technical timeout really going to take some wind out of the sails of both teams, really. Still working on getting Devil Walk in the right spot. He's now playing for BNE. He's not allowed. As much as he might want to. You know, get back on the server, win another major. He's got to get, you know, he's got to get it over simple, right?
Of course.
I don't know if
that
you
was
remember
always the thing. Devil
that
Walk
classic,
one major.
Yeah, of course.
Simple,
of course.
no major. And now Simple's got one. He's got to, get back.
Yeah, it all
but then
changed.
again, if he does
End
it
of
with
an era.
BNE, if he does it at BNE, we'll credit him a second. I don't know. Has any coach ever won as a player and a coach as well? A major?
I don't think in Go. I think
maybe in like Source 1.6.
Yeah, right. But I don't think in Go that's ever happened. Because most of our Go coaches have just been coaches. We've not got as many players, especially at the top level. We've not got as many players. You know, Zonic 1.6er, right? It's like, you know, sure, but
Groove as well, right? He was 1.6, I think.
Yeah,
he was the C9 coach. I think I'm right in saying he was a 1.6 guy. Granted, way before my time. I'm not going to pretend I at all played or watched 1.6. Never played it, and I've only seen clips on YouTube. Go is where I started, so I'm not even going to pretend. I think when 1.6 was out, I was maybe in the single-digit age.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
So, yeah. Not going to pretend at all.
Crossfire. I remember playing Crossfire when I was younger on
a
laptop, which is like sort of like the Asian 1.6 or whatever.
Oh, okay. Right. Fair enough.
It's pretty good. It's respectable.
I played Roblox.
Yeah, fair enough, mate. Respect. All right,
that's where I learned my mechanics.
Fair enough. I'd like to see how it affects your movement. Either way, back into the action here, folks. We've had an ice out there, quite the long timeout coming through as timeouts go, but all good. And Cloud9 wanting to get back into this game as BNE have been locking them out the past few rounds.
You already a little bit of an aggressive start over towards Ram, just showing the presence there. C9. There's a world and an argument you can be made where they're feeling the nerves ever so slightly, but the C9 will be used to these positions, used to these sort of experiences where the backs are against the wall and they've got to find something out of nothing. And we're calling on the likes of Nafani, the IGL, to make a difference. And so far, he's been playing so well.
Yeah, Nafani in somewhat of an off angle here. Going to lose the fight out, though, against Rigon, who is very ready for it. Run boost comes in. GXX not fast enough. A chaotic start into this round. As the 4v4 ensues, who's coming out on top? It is actually going to be the CT side here as Hobbit finds one onto Soneri. Just solo picks all over the shop. And Rigon ain't missing. We know that much for free. Shiro gets timed. And Axal and Buster are the only two remaining. The smoke going to go down. It's a double face in towards Axal. They know where he's at. They've got his number. And they've got the number of Cloud9 in general. Buster, it feels like to save the game. And, well, save might be the operative word on that one, because I think he's just going to hold what he has. Not a chance. Not a chance.
There's just nothing to work with, is there? Maybe Constellation or Exit. And Flatro's looking in, but Buster also aware. AK scooped up. So Exit frags is all he's opting for here. C9 will need 4 flawless. And that's just to take us to OT. BNE are 1 round away from their map pick going in their favor. And what a T side this has been. That is 4 consecutive rounds now from BNE coming through. And C9 surely got a call for attack pause. You may as well use them at this point. Have a conversation. Bring in Groove alongside Nafani to see what they can do. But I'm not feeling too hopeful. I'm not feeling too confident. BNE have just looked that step ahead. Cutthroat on towards the T side and what you'd want to see. The Eagles are flying high right now, going in towards Vertigo with confidence. Attack pause will be used, expected by C9. What's the buy going to be? Axel's in towards a FAMAS. Nafani barely even has the ability to do that with full armor and util. Hobbit and Buster in a similar scenario. MP9s might be needed if they want the util. FAMAS is across the board and all for Shiro. But it will be a quad FAMAS buy. Somewhat limited utility alongside an AWP in the hands of Shiro. It's do or die here or now, and C9 have got to do it on a horrible janky force buy. What a performance from BNE. Like we said though, 4 in a row. They found something on the lines of kind of 8 in those regions, kind of 7, 8 or something like that. Out of the last 9, they coming through. Buster going to be tested. Mac 10 flying out.
Quick rush moving in. It will be Buster to hold for now. Axal, meanwhile, getting one of his own. The AWP chimes in. There are kills all over the shop for the CT side, but it has gone south for BNE. Another one for Shiro. Another one for Buster. And the quick B rush. Was that the call? Maybe not. They've not got a lot of cash here as well. So 3 in a row for Cloud9 now required, and it is not out of the realms of possibility.
Yeah, was that needed? Let's be honest, probably not. Was there a need there to be flying into those sort of fights? I don't think so. BNE I understand what they're trying to do in terms of, because it's such a high pressure round and C9 are going to have a weird and wacky buy, just fly in, see if you can take face, see if you can take engagements early, because you can bank on the fact the firepower. Look what it's done to them. It just shattered their funds. In towards pistols. In round number 28, C9 will get up towards 13 here. This is now getting tentative. It's getting dicey. One Flatro, bit of a tag, but nothing will find an easy kill for him in towards top gun. Nate to come through as well. Big tag on towards Senery. And the A site is going to be the hit.
Yeah, we'll see. They've found kind of success from here. The A bomb site has been a little bit weakly defended for my money, and there I go again, just predicting the future, as they should be able to get a bomb plant here. They will get the better of GXX, so at the very least they retain the man advantage, but it feels like it hangs in the balance, to be honest with you. SHQIPET's found himself a FAMAS. He's got armor. He's got info. Yeah, this is really dangerous, really tentative right now. Dancing on ice. Slowly but surely making their way through from CT. Flash comes round. Nade comes round. He's so blind. Will be dealt with. Not a lot of time on the bomb. Maybe Rigon finds the opportune kill. Can he get it done? No, he can't. Buster takes his head clean off, and they will get the defuse in. But that is close stuff. Gets the heart pumping. Meanwhile, 2 more rounds to go.
Yeah, he gets way too close staying away. B&E, just the pistols. At the very least, the bomb plant will give them funds to work with. And right inside, I don't think B&E have any more pauses. So they just have to keep going and flying in towards these rounds with the 20 or so seconds before they start. Haven't got the ability to take a pause and have a true conversation, as we can see. Full buyout. GXX in towards the AWP. Rigon's already up to 30 kills. He has had an electric performance. And Shiro, I was going to say, it's very close to being caught off guard there. The mid player was swinging through. We'll get away in time. In towards mid. Axel find the first one. Flatro falling.
Problematic. Very problematic indeed. Flash comes round. Soneri going to try and find this trade. Can't get it done. Axel down below is having a masterclass. Gorgeous stuff from him. And that's going to mean that there is only now 2 left as the flash comes over the top for Nafany to work with. And ultimately, a poor run of form for B&E might see us go into overtime, bringing it all the way down to the wire. Not going to get the bomb plant in this round. Not going to have the cash for the next round. SHQIPET the first to have anything to say in this round for the side of B&E. I think he might just save his AK and take it into the next.
I think so. 1 versus 4 for SHQIPET. He's falling away. He's going to tuck his head, I think. Finding any sort of success here. Asking just a little bit too much. He's looking like he wants to give it a go. Gonna look in. Maybe seen off in a matter of mere moments. An easy kill for Hobbit to see things off. No problems asked. C9 up to 14. Overtime is looming. And especially when you consider looking towards the bottom left, what have B&E got to work with? Nothing. It does even make you question whether just saving the AK at the end there might have been the right call. Go and try, park yourself up in a corner, see if you can keep at least 1 rifle to work with. It's all they've got. SHQIPET in towards an AK. Rigon on 1 flat show in towards a Galil, a Mac-10 and Deagle to round off the troop. And they need to rally the troops in the 30th and final round. What a start to the day for us. All 30 in regulation and potentially and some needed.
Come on now, this has got overtime written all over it. It should be an overtime
Agreed.
Game here. Absolutely deserving of such. But we shall see. B&E, often when the pressure is on, they form the diamonds. They always come out with something different, something unexpected. What is the move in this round? Molotov going to push them forwards. Oh, a lot of damage done off the back of that. He'll actually take out Rigon with the help of Nafany. Meanwhile, the AWP just misses the Mac-10. Soneri calls it off. Yeah, Mac-10 at that range, might be the weapon to go. Big spam coming in from Buster here. Going to do a lot of damage. Juan Flatro try and close the gap. Look for a frag. Isolate the fight. Not going to happen. All the kills coming in for Cloud9. It's just SHQIPET, and he goes down. Overtime required for our first game of the day. Cloud9 fighting back and finally finding form.
And 4 or 5 rounds ago, we spoke about this. If any team knows how to deal with the pressure of being backs against the wall, your opponent's on map point, it's Cloud9. Timeless. This side and the amount of times they've been in this position, numerous. 15 all, and we get overtime underway in just a second. And the scary factor is a couple of players have started to find their form. It was really only Nafany in that first half who was anything of a scary prospect for Cloud9. But XHOCII's up to 28 kills. Shiro finding form with 21. The 2 big hitters for Cloud9 doing their thing. And what makes it even more damning here for B&E is, if I'm right in saying, I don't think they have any more pauses left. So they can't even have a proper conversation here. They can't even bring in Devil Walk and try to, you know, understand what's going wrong for B&E. That's the thing that makes me feel very uncomfortable. If I'm right in saying C9 have 1 left in their back pocket. So if they need, they can pick it up. Bobby will drop a smoke. He likes to play around it. We've seen him do it time and time again. And he always seems to go for 1.
He does. He's been playing very well around the ramp area. And get the spam off, and we'll back away. Can B&E finally find 16? That's the big question at the end of the day. In comes the flashes. It's a burst. They've not got the big smokes out. There's a lot of gaps here. Down will go Hobbit, but Shiro and Nafany have got the run of the mill right now. Looking very good indeed. Down goes GXX. Synopsy for 2, though. Brings this 1 versus 4 into a 1 versus 2, much more doable situation. Going to be hard for him to get the bomb back. Axel spotted him, and it's Buster that finds the frag. In fact, Cloud9 keep the streak going.
This CT side looking so formidable now. B&E, they're crumbling. They're going to hate themselves if they lose this map. Everything was in the palm of their hands. The world in their control. They take map number 1, and they're going towards Vertigo, which we already have spoken about. Vertigo is going to be an extremely difficult map for them. Yes, they found success in it yesterday. But we know what C9 can do. They battered G2 16-6, beat Outsiders 16-9. They're very good on the map. They needed Mirage. It's still a possibility, but it's slowly starting to slip away.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Nafany nearly goes stepping in. He's actually going to win the fight against Synopsy. That's mad. That is mad. 5 on 4. Straight out of the gate. Hobbit for another. Cloud9 could do no wrong right now. This is really solid gameplay from them. Axel going to lose his head as he goes a bit overzealous. But they will still retain the lead in the round itself. Ooh, unless another overzealous peak. And now, things have opened wide up. Nice one for Rigon. 3 versus 2. Key round here if B&E can take it. Nafany. Oh, he could get a double. Rigon's very low indeed from an earlier fight. Takes him down. GXX with the trade. Going to be the 1 versus 1. It's Buster on the secondary AWP. Hoping that the smoke goes down in time, but it's not. And now he has to battle his way back in towards the site.
I mean, at the moment, the bomb going down. He has no real idea. GXX can post him over towards Ticket. Good position. Gets a leg spot, but he gives away his position. Re-peeking in, gets a leg on towards Buster. Somehow, some way, but surely the nade will see him off. Hiding behind the wall, but time so far ticked. I think B&E have done enough. I think they have. He's going to pull out the Glock. He knows he's legged him. Tap on towards the bomb. He knows he's a tap as well. This round is won. GXX and Masterclass. The Glock pulled out, and the round 1. Yes, he may fall. But who cares? Buster will fall to the bomb. Overall, nobody surviving. B&E tying things up 16 apiece. And this game still red hot. An impossible one to call as B&E find success from a round which already started off looking lost. A 5 versus 3.
Yeah, crazy. Absolutely crazy. And as said, a couple of overzealous peaks coming in from the side of Cloud9. There was one of them. There's maybe another. They really did give the fights across to B&E when they were asking for them. And we know B&E always capable in the mid-round of finding those moments. Finding the opportune kills. It is what they are known for. Never down and out in the rounds. The amount of 5v3s that I've seen B&E come back from against some top-tier teams as well. It's enough to count on, you know, both hands, really. So we'll see here a key one in the campaign for B&E, and the first time in regulation, what? It's probably about 6 rounds in a row. I think Cloud9 win there. Maybe 5. Either way, you know,
so.
it was a long time before BNE were able to find a round.
All posted, XHOCII. This time going to be the one to wield that secondary orb. We saw Buster doing it a little bit earlier. But he has been quiet at times, Buster. You may as well get the heavy hitter, XHOCII, on the hunt for the 30 bomb to join Rigon. Mid-control, taken by BNE. Nafany's been favoring that con position. Not exactly the right person maybe to play. He can opt for window here. Oh, looking over. Rigon will fall to the hands of Buster. We spoke about him being a little bit quiet. And he steps up when it matters most.
Nice find from Nafany as well, waiting for that window play all round long. They have escaped Shiro ever so slightly, but Nafany stands strong. Down goes Shiro. Maybe the site with it. Are they going to expect Hobbit in towards Palace? The answer will be nope. And he comes away with 1. Nearly the second. But he set up the second at the very least. They know where GXX is at against 3. Surely not, you say. But with the open hand, anything is indeed possible. Buster going to be the first to fall. GXX with a quick reposition. The bomb is planted for him. And maybe they've lost track of him now. Hobbit to come through from Palace. Easier said than done. XHOCII on the AWP, wanting to close the gap. Utility comes in to allow Hobbit to get out here. The bomb too far ticked, but it's all good. XHOCII's got a kit. And they will indeed find 17 at the turn of the half.
It's close. Very, very close. But what matters most is we're going to see C9 just have a little bit of breathing room. Their T side was lackluster in regulation. Got to say, weren't too much of a fan of it. We really saw the C9 side look shaky and struggling to find consistent success. Good round, though. And yes, credit to BNE getting that bomb down, but we're not talking about long-term economy or anything of the sort anymore. GXX is still causing many issues over towards C9. What's mattering most of the riflers are stepping up. We are going to see, of course, that slim lead like we spoke about. If I'm right in saying there is still 1 pause left to work with for Cloud9. I think, if I'm right in saying that, I think they got 1 more.
I'm not sure. I feel like they might have used it by now, so I don't know.
I know they used their third at like round 26 or 27. They used their third out of 4. But I wasn't sure if they popped one since then. But I guess they don't really need one either, to be perfectly honest. Momentum's in their favor. Been a while since we've seen them on T side. If they can find some form now, maybe things will be alright. Molotov will be dropped. Shiro holding. If someone jumps up, they're going to be costly. Fall away from the nade. Just give up a little bit of that space. He's making noise. They know he's here.
Spam away from Synopsy. Nothing going to land, though, of course, on the Cloud9 side of things. They run a much slower T side on the Cloud9 end of things. So you would expect a great deal of patience to come out from this T side, and that is exactly what you get. Really slow, really methodical. And it's been a while since they've been here as well.
Foster. Space being made over towards that Palace position. It's too good to join him. BNE are pushing through ramp, but they don't understand that Palace is starting to be stacked here. They're going to walk past each other like ships in the night. Hobbit will double back. Does he expect a double push coming through? He won't. Senary, easy kill for him.
But they know that it's going to be open. They know that there's going to be, a chance. However, the second player was not spotted. And Flatro looking to maybe try and take all 3. He's being a bit cheeky here. Will he be spotted? Lines them up and finds 2. Knows that Shiro is in towards the Palace area, so he can at least get that call. Where's the lurk from XHOCII coming from, though? That's maybe the big question on this one. Shiro, anything possible while this guy's still alive? He has battled back and got himself to a very respectable scoreline after a poor start into this game. There's not enough time, though, is there? They're just going to give it away. Save what they have and try again in the next, but BNE, they will be so thankful to find that first one. It was looking dire.
Well, that square. Yeah, things are not looking good. I think the big one is Hobbit falling over towards ramp, and then it really just finds them that opening kill to work with. Yes, they lose information. One flash line on them up. It's important. We're seeing BNE fight back. A second overtime might be necessary here. These two sides inseparable. at the moment as well. Cloud9, they've already mentioned about their T side being lackluster, and once again, another pretty middling round. They get map control, but they don't know how to use that as a catalyst to success. They get all the room to work with, all the space, but then seeing it towards a round is a completely different story.
Very true. Really difficult to say. Slowly but surely they will worm their way forwards here on that Cloud9 side of things. But again, very slow, very methodical, not really too much happening in the first minute of gameplay as they just go for the mid control. They used this mid control an awful lot in their game against Aurora in particular. They really did just abuse mid. It didn't really work for them, actually. They had kind of a lackluster T side over there, so we'll see. This is something that comes on the first few pages of the C9 strat book, I'm sure. Just set up in at mid and hope that someone overextends.
Right now might be the case. Flatcher looking into his demise as well as Hobbit was ready waiting for it. Will be traded out by Senary. He's going to double away from it. Does he expect nothing close and personal? They walk in towards Shiro. B&E are overextending and it's costing them.
Just two remain. They're on the wrong bomb site. They're waiting for Axal on the flank as you would usually expect. He's going to go down easily to Rigon. The bomb itself is as yet to really commit anywhere. It looks like it'll probably commit towards the A side of things, but Cloud9 got to be careful not to get overzealous themselves. There's still a couple areas that they have to get through. Down goes Scenario towards CT, and that's the big one that, you know, I was watching. Maybe could have made the difference there. Not going to be the case. And now Cloud9 set to move up to 18 unless Rigon, I mean, 33 kills, right? He certainly could turn this one around. He's had a hell of a game so far, looking to continue that trend as he moves forwards here in towards the bomb site itself. Easy does it, slow but sure, clearing out the angles, will be spotted now. Nafany goes wide, and Nafany takes him down. Easy as you like, Cloud9, the first ones to move up to 18.
Yeah, huge. Map point on their opponent's map pick for Cloud9. And that wasn't a round that Cloud9 won. It was a round bad news lost. I mean, they overextend multiple times, give away 3 kills. I mean, it's one of those situations where, for B&E, the mid-crunch coming through, is it really necessary? I don't think so. And the fact that they're doing a lot of those swings dry as well really shows how B&E are starting to feel nervous, starting to really feel the pressure. And this is what C9 can do. The mental game is brilliant from them. To 18. It's all questions of what do B&E have left in the locker. Did they have anything left in the tank, or are they running on fumes? Have to wait and see. Of course, the AWP play, as expected for GXX. It's one flash show pushing down mid. GXX has got his hold deep. But Shiro's expecting this.
Shiro very ready. They're just playing nice and safe on the Cloud9 side of things. They want to get this one over and done with. Get onto their own map pick. It ain't over till it's over. And again, a game deserving maybe of another overtime. It's been close showings from both teams. GXX completely left out in the open. The flash is ineffective on towards that connector area. Nafany going to go down way too easy. And that is a big fragger to lose as well. Hobbit does well to find Scenario on a lurking play, just creeping out. Axal, meanwhile, in lower tunnels, looking good. Ooh, SHQIPET ready for him. I think might have just heard his footsteps there as well. Juan Flatro, meanwhile, has pushed all the way down through ramp. Is that going to be expected? He's going to meet Buster in just a second. Finds the frag onto him. And now the T side stuck in the crunch. Creeping out on A. Hoping to play contact there. I mean, they're going to need someone to pop off here. GXX with the AWP at stairs. Really going to be difficult to get through. Down goes Hobbit. Just Shiro. Does manage to drop SHQIPET. Axal, meanwhile, will time his way in. The dynamic duo working well together. They know that there might be the possibility of a flank, but they're not ready for Juan Flatro at the time that he shows himself. Axal will bring it down to 1v1, but there's no time. There's no time, Neokai. They've run out of time, and BNE will secure yet another overtime for this game.
Oh my God, we go again. The magic number of 19, not good enough. Now we look towards 22. As C9's somewhat lackluster T side showing its true stars once again. They just leave things too late for C9. I understand what they're trying to do. They're leaving it down to the dynamic duo for Axal, for Shiro to find some fall, but they just don't give themselves time to clear angles. And they don't have the util to work with either. you know, even planting inside of a smoke wasn't a possibility. What a game. What a game we are getting right now, and credit to B&E. They had so much pressure on their backs as well, and for them to be able to turn that still back in their favor, find Foreman towards the CT side, and then push it towards double overtime. These guys, they're taking it. Number 10th ranked team in the world of C9 are being pushed the full distance. What a story. What a game we're getting here. Of course, B&E will continue to play on that CT side. C9 over towards T. If C9 find 2 rounds on the T side, then I get hopeful, because we've already said it's been lackluster. Right now, getting 2 to 3 just seems out of the realms of possibility for them.
Yeah. A real challenge, looking to play a bit faster. Nafany gets forced out by the Molotov. So we'll have to take that fight. And unfortunately, it means Cloud9 are down and out. Round number 37. So we're playing an awful lot of Counter-Strike here for sure here on Mirage, folks. B&E kicking off the campaign in the second bout of overtime very, very well indeed.
For now, it all got a little bit quiet. The opening 2 kills going the way of B&E, and now all they have to do is play the numbers game, play for trades. The bomb is posturing over towards that B site as Rigon and GXX posted there, 2 of the most impactful players over towards B&E. So far today, Rigon with 33 kills to his name in towards backside, but GXX will be tested first, and the barrel of Axal spotted.
Nice find from GXX, trained in on the angle, knows how that crouch peek goes. Beautiful find. And now, Hobbit and Shiro, the only ones left. Not really much that they can do. Nice find from Hobbit. Any more for any more, he says, but the opportunity's not really going to present themselves on that A-bomb site. B&E, very respectful. Know that these guys could certainly pull it off. Synopsy through the smoke, and Juan Flatro to back him up. 19 secured then, and Cloud9 once again struggling on the T side.
Yeah, they really can't seem to find the control that they want. They're looking to try as best as they can to take that map control and then use it as a catalyst towards the site. But right now, it's just not working. It's a great call once again from B&E. The double stack over towards B, leaving your 2 big impact players there, just to make sure there's nothing that they can really work with. 19 to 18, B&E take a lead back in their favor. GXX, bomb shot through the smoke, not going to find success. Going to drop it towards under. Not often we see him do that. Hoping for someone to overextend in that position, as right now Rigon can single-handedly lock off B.
Hobbit charging down middle, looking for the early frag. Going to be denied the chance. Juan Flatcher on the edge of the smoke takes him down. Meanwhile, burst in towards B. Cloud9 desperate for a round on this T side. They are trying everything they possibly know to get in towards these sites, but they are being denied away cleanly. So many players out towards short. Axal trying to find them. Denied down to 14 HP. Buster falls. Axal will remain alive in it. Oh, the forest position, but he gets wall-banged out by GXX. And B&E, they're doing it. They're doing it. Cloud9 are out of ideas. You can feel that. Fast mid, fast B. Nothing working.
They're getting close. Closer and closer to the finish line. Here we stand right now. B&E only need 2 more rounds, and they're still on track for a flawless CT. C9, even getting towards a bomb side and a bomb down is a big ask from them. They cannot seem to even fathom a post plant, never mind setting themselves up for success. I think you can start to see the experience, the players over towards C9. They're fallible, they're beatable. B&E know this. They smell blood in the water, and they're looking to try and see this one off, get that finishing blow. If they make it 21 here before the turn of the half, it's guaranteed.
Feels like it would be the curse of 3 in a row. Not impossible, but certainly they're not going to be the first side to do it, so we'll see how things pan out. Synopsy looking to get aggressive in the apartments. Does he keep on pushing, though? That's the big question. Shiro's got him held, but Shiro loses the fight. Oh, goodness. It's happening. Cloud9 battled heavily to get here, but they are being denied the chance to find their opponents. Map pick BNE with a second wind at the tail end of the game are making this one theirs. Oh no, Buster, the only one who remains for this side. BNE. BNE. Not much else to add. They are just absolutely tearing through this CT side right now.
What a performance. Really well played from BNE. This CT side just so strong. Buster, we're going to have one. Made that two. Okay, hang on. I'm not going to say it's doable. What? Not going to say it's doable, but it might now be. Bomb collected. The last plays over towards B. And Boss is on for the 1 versus 4, but he still assumes he's over towards the A side, and he's just stuck between no man's land and short. He's trying to look for kills. Little does he know that GXHOCII just tucked his head over towards that B side. It's B&E with a flawless CT side in OT number 2. And they only need one more round. The big number we're looking for is 22. And they're right on the cusp of it.
Lovely stuff in the end for Buster, you have to say.
True.
Some nice shots, but yes, indeed, the klaxon goes off. There's 3 rounds in a row that Cloud9 are going to need out from their CT side, and that would just take us to another overtime. So, in their minds, the action is not over quite yet. BNE, meanwhile, wanting to take us to the Vertigo, a map that they're not too foreign on, and we have said certainly could wrestle back into the game if they play their cards right. And at the moment, they are playing their cards very well indeed. Cloud9 at the same time holding them close and maybe should be a bit more confident with it. We'll see how the CT side campaign starts for them. It's going to be a quick contact A play. Not a chance. They're very ready for that on the Cloud9 side of things. Just going to be SHQIPET and actually no one left, as not a single kill comes in and very little damage done. Cloud9, they'll take that.
Not bad, not bad. I mean, all it comes down to is BNE getting a little bit aggressive. We actually saw that in towards regulation, the late stages, off the back of the tech pause they had. Where BNE had hit 15. They tried to send it in, they tried to go aggressive. It seems to be their default. In a way to kind of catch C9 off guard,
Vertigo,
Cloud9 have had those sort of rounds time and time again. Against what you would argue as better opponents. Stronger opponents. Like the world. When you go fast, they can deal with that sort of pressure. They've got the util for it, and we saw exactly that. BNE, though, still only one Cloud9 mistake away from the game in their favor.
Nice find coming on to Swan Flatro again, trying to play thick and fast. BNE, it's been an awfully long time since they've been on the T side, and they are, getting tired. They are getting fatigued, just like Cloud9 were on the T side. They, look to try and find these really fast rounds, these really fast pickups, at least in the early stage, and it just goes south for them more often than not.
Yeah.
That's too inferno.
It's problematic. It's very problematic indeed, and we might see Cloud9. If this continues, we might see Cloud9 take this to
I think you're right. Things are on a bit of a knife's edge right now. Flash coming through as well. Space for Hobbit to create over towards Ram. Little does he know there's 2 ready and raring. If Shiro was to take a pop shot in towards Wood, it would cost SHQIPET his life. Time is ticking. BNE
Cloud9 is in the Mahon.
Late, but they've got 30 seconds on the clock to work with. And Axel going to find SHQIPET. It's like the crumble. But Hobbit re-peeked in towards a tough angle. But I still feel like this one's done. 20 seconds short. Shots like that. He's looking for another good attack through the bricks. But he answers back with a kill of his own. Shiro for 2. Up to 27. A C9 find. Round number 20 for them. The big question, Scriv. OT number 3. Once again looming. BNE just need one. They just need that one more round to see if they're map picking what has been an electric first map.
Przypominam broad decider.
And the quality of the Counter-Strike has actually kept up.
Sure, you decided.
It's not like it's fallen apart, not like it's gone chaotic and crazy as overtime, especially into a second overtime. Now you get into, playing an entire another half of Counter-Strike nearly. We'll say BNE's T side has been very, very flat, very predictable. and just trying to rely on the individuals. With Cloud9, their individuals have really woken up into overtime. XHOCII especially, 35 kills right now. Nafany continues looking for his 40 bomb. No one as close to it as he is. XHOCII going to find another. Nice find. Onto a couple of players here. Brings it back into a 3 versus 3.
Tani shkoj
Mapat
still
alive. Covers himself off, makes sure everywhere's clear, and they will force the reset out from BNE. There is a flank coming round from behind, but they're very unsure of the timing on it. Shiro going to go looking. Juan Flacho surely has this angle, takes him down easily. That's the big frag. XHOCII will trade it though, and make sure that the round is still on for Cloud9. Never out, not over until it is over, and XHOCII making sure that that is the case. Hobbit remains on the A bomb site, and he's going to be called upon in just a matter of moments.
Yeah, single-handedly the best rifle in the world, XHOCII. 3 kills to his name, making it a possibility. Without him, this round would be in jeopardy, but once again, the clock is ticking, and Hobbit is finding CSGO will fall, and in that being said, it's GX, the primary AWP, all alone. Ladies and gents, triple overtime is needed between these two sides, as we are yet to decide a victor on Mirage. What a game we are getting here. And BNE, they will be kicking themselves. A flawless CT side answered back with another flawless CT side from C9. And it makes you think, Scriv, whoever takes a couple of rounds on T side on the OT, that might be all she wrote.
Absolutely mental stuff. Yeah, T sides, as always in the overtime, you know, they really do plague the teams when it comes into the overtime. The T side is what it's all about. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. We've got a great game of Counter-Strike to kick us off. Only the first map of the day. We've got a potential 8 more.
Yeah.
So, you know, certainly keeping us on our toes to kick things off. Counter-Strike going to be played today. I'm sure that'll be the case. VOYVODA up against Aurora coming up next, but we're not even finished the first map yet, so keep your minds firmly in on this one. Just a bit of time at the half switch over here, I would imagine. Rightfully so. We are, as I say, getting into playing, you know, another half of Counter-Strike, and now we're getting close to playing another entire game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
So really, really heating up, and I don't know if it can get much hotter, to be honest. We're at the boiling point right now.
I know. These two sides, inseparable. I think this is testament to BNE and their level as well. BNE have always been a side who play up to their opponents. We've seen it. The past couple of majors, it's always been the case for BNE. Overachieving in a way, right? They've always been such a solid side who are able to compete against the big hitters of the world. There is the new AWP. The replacement for the Doodle Law. I forget what that one's called, but I know it replaced the Doodle Law with all the controversy. We do have
it was a bit of a weird situation, wasn't it? To be fair?
Yeah, very, very strange one. We do have a slight little tech pause as a couple of players have gone to the toilet.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yes, we have 43 rounds of Counter-Strike played and whatnot. It is being 42. It is heading into the 43rd in just a second. It has been a long old day here in terms of map number 1. On paper, we were already setting the story up for Vertigo to be pretty one-sided. Hence why we were kind of building on that narrative of maybe, just maybe, that Mirage was a bit of a necessity for BNE. It felt like, on paper, C9 had already locked in that victory over towards Vertigo, just because of how good we know they can be, with previous wins against the likes of your G2s. We decimated them 16-6. Outsiders, not even that long ago as well, 16-9. Both of those in Pro League. We know what Cloud9 can do on that map. I mean, BNE, they love a bit of Vertigo, but they're just not as formidable on it. It makes you believe that Mirage is a must-have if they want to push it to that side of Ancient, may I say.
Indeedy. Yeah, we did say. But so far, it just seems, you know, like the map not mattering as much, the matchup itself. We were expecting Cloud9, you know, to just come in with their strength of their individuals. Maybe the fact that Shiro had a slow start has made the difference in this game. I would probably say so, because Cloud9 have able to find the flawless rounds. When the pressure on, you know, you just got to ignore the scoreline at the top and just play it round by round. And it does get quite fatiguing, I would imagine. Back into the action shortly as the timeout of the half ends, and now we will see how things pan out into our third bout of overtime, folks. All the Counter-Strike today. It's what we wanted. It's what we're going to get. Starting off a long day with a long game. So maybe we need one of these series to put us back on schedule, but I don't care. I'm casting Counter-Strike all day, so I'm happy.
Exactly that. Well, you're back on the way. C9, of course, on that CT side to start things off. Now, I saw while we had a little bit of break, XHOCII been watching the game, and he was mentioning about Nafany playing in towards Con. He's going to do it exactly again. Once again, Nafany looking towards Con. XHOCII, at home somewhere. Not a fan of it. I've got to agree, but then again, he is nearly on a 40 bomb. Axel 2 boasting on 37 kills. Say what you want about Nafany and about his calling style, but he's fragging well today. They're looking over towards shore. Shiro, the big hitter of the side, has been a little bit quiet. Going to be tested. That's lightning fast.
Opportunity for some more as well. He's got to be careful with the reface because there is an AWP on the other side of this equation. They know he's around. They're trying to find him. Shiro, the king of these quick flicks. 3 from short. Good timing. Oh, over the fire as well. Could net him another frag. Not going to have the opportunity. This is a really weird game state that BNE find themselves in with all these players out towards short. How do they burst out? How do they get out of here? Nafany playing up close and personal. Ooh. Misses out the opportunity for the frag, but it sets Shiro up. He's looking to go nuclear here in towards the B bomb site. Not a lot of time left. He's got support from Buster. He continues to land the flicks. And it's all down to GXX, who's being trapped in at short. Shiro will take him, and the 4K comes in. He's been a bit quiet, he has, but he hears us say that and finds himself a huge round.
Yeah, just as we were questioning Shiro and thinking, you know, what's happening? Why is he not as impactful as he has been in, you know, in the opening day Group A when he was on fire? Just generally, you know, their best player in the world. He finds his form. Lovely few shots from him. Gotta say, Nafany's gotta be finding one there, Centery. Really good reactions, but in the end, it does not make a difference. C9 open up the bank and continue. But it's a really good run of form. That's 4 rounds in a row for C9 they found now. As they will take a lead, but Synopsy will find the open and Buster overextends and gets caught.
These T rounds worth their weight in gold. So that man advantage is really going to be valuable then. Cloud9 have done very well, you know, just fending off against the aggression of BNE. Going to be kicking themselves. They let one drop early on. However, Nafany, the other B player, will manage to find the return frag. Hobbit, the king of the ramp hold at the moment. He's doing really well in regulation. Kind of fallen away ever so slightly. Juan Flatro getting cheeky, just walking in. You know, as you do. Ooh, difficult spray down. Nearly gets caught by Hobbit. Meanwhile, Axel, the danger man, he's been playing so well in overtime. Hidden away at Firebox. Will he get checked? Will he be expected? Probably not. Axel's been more lucid than this and not setting himself up in a rigid position. Going to go walking out, try and find the perfect timing. Does get one. Where's the second? GXX for the trade. Can he get it? They've got to deal with him. Nade comes in. Nafany, Shiro chiming in, making sure that the distraction of Axel is not in vain, and a touchdown nade right in the face of GXX will get Cloud9 23 despite going a man down.
Huge, huge round to pick up. And it all comes from Axel just staying alive. That's all he has to do. Park up, pump the brakes, wait and buy time for the rotation to come through. They can give him a bomb plant. They don't care. Because all that matters, they're going to find that round in their favor. That's 5 rounds in a row now for Cloud9.
Look at that.
What a performance we've seen from them. They are on fire. Their CT side, it just seems to be unstoppable. BNE on the T side, normally one of their preferred sides too. Crumbling at times. The consistency not quite there, but a good start to be found as Hobbit, who walks straight towards the scope of GXX. He's done that time and time again over towards Ram. Still, Hobbits, specifically in C9 as a whole, haven't learned their lesson. Opening kill, once again, going the way of BNE.
Shiro. Oh, gonna need a big flick in just a second. Oof, okay.
Oh, wow,
that would have been ridiculous if he landed it. It's funny because the one time, if he'd taken his time, that's a free frag because the guy did not consider him in connector at all.
It was back turn.
Yeah, it would have been so free. That's so unlucky, but we'll see whether he can find any more in the round itself. Molotov going to keep him at bay as it go in for an A execute. Nafany down below does manage to get one, wants to get off this rock though. He actually gets another frag. Oh no, BNE maybe letting the round slip away into the 2 versus 1, 2 versus 2, sorry. All the same, it's all happening so fast. The Eagle out. Shiro does go down, doesn't find the frag. Has he set it up? Buster, full HP against 35. Touchdown. Yep. And that is another flawless half coming in from the CT end.
Nafany up to 42 kills. What a game. What a game we are getting right here. This is just ridiculous. Nafany, not one we call upon in terms of the fragging department.
Tash Vertigo duhet patjetër edhe me vazhdu në mapën e tretë.
This is just insane.
Ja, mapën e tretë me marr, pa me vazhdu.
Is one T-side round. We had the same argument, the same
Finale.
conversation. Over towards B&E where we said
Katastrof.
all we needed from them off the back of their
Shprodheve Arestra, katastrof.
And they couldn't deliver. Can Cloud9 dive deep into the strat book, just pluck something and a nothing? Can Groove, Nafany combined a master plan just to get one round over the board? All it needs is one mistake from B&E. But the big thing for me that we see in this rounds is both times B&E will find and still fall flat. They're crucial rookie errors that you can't be making at this sort of level.
Very true. Right, let's see these T-side rounds.
Ta shohim HHQIPET.
Oh man.
Nuk ka finale, finalja është mas kësaj. Nëse fitojnë ta, shkojnë finale.
25.
25?
Semifinale, është anë titull.
In a row, flawlessly, okay. It's a best of 6.
That's it. 22, 25, 29.
I've got
Gzim nuk e di sa
some of the other hoods
nuk ka dy
have the scoreline on there. I've forgotten the maths. It's been a while since I've been in a triple OT.
Yeah, it has. I don't think, as long as we've been working together, I don't think we've ever had a triple OT. We had a couple of doubles. I feel like quadruple seems off the card now. Cloud9 just look too strong right now.
Kur e organizoj
How fallible their T-side has been though.
Veç dy umbje kanë
Most
pas.
consistent one flash drop Molotov playing in close.
Njën grupe,
his position, but Hobbit ticking.
edhe njën finale.
Don't give away his position. They know he's close. Missed shot by GXX. He's forced off the angle.
Hobbit with the creep play. Looks set to be a B hit. They go for this quite a lot. The crunch in towards B once they get the short control. Some nice nades.
Nuk I dihet.
No real damage coming off just yet. Synopsy going to find Nafany on that secondary orb. GXX a little asleep. Lets the cross come in. Axile's managed to work his way out on towards the bomb site. Rigon still holding. What is happening here? Down goes Buster. Rigon going to be known. Axile not fast enough to find his head. Hobbit finds Soneri. Axile has to get one of these kills. Can't make it work. Hobbit been spotted. Should easily be taken down, and that'll be the round. As BNE, oh, it's starting. Looking set on the CT side to get him rolling. That was pretty dominant.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. It's already starting. This is... Yeah, this has just been the story, hasn't it, of OT? Flawless on the CT side and so beatable on the T side. And for both teams. Granted, Mirage, I think statistically, at the end of the year, the third most CT-sided map. And this is prior to the Ancient changes. Ancient was #1, Luke #2, Mirage #3. With the recent changes, Ancient becoming very T-sided. You could even make the argument that Mirage is the second most CT-sided map in the pool. And it's definitely showing. It's living up to those claims. It has just been round after round. We haven't seen a T-side look confident yet, really, at all. Space Creator, Nafany's got his way in towards ladder. That's huge, but they know he's there. And the question is, what can he do? He's going to get peppered with Util. Molotov, will it force him in towards the engagement with GXX? No, it's okay.
Sa për të vënu, është puna e ekipës. Që të në ekipa. Ti mund me luajt që dush. Presuara me vidu.
They'll aim to keep him up there for pressure. I don't know that Nafany's really going to get the opportunity to do very much from this position.
Mund me luajt edhe pilski.
And thankfully GXX has gone to switching up the angles rather than just posted. Because he would have been dead if he was posted. It would have been the frag coming in for sure. Axile drops his AK. Whoopsie daisy. But all good. no hard feelings. I think he meant to drop a smoke. Either way, they're going to worm their way in towards this A bomb site. Buster with the swing out. Very aggressive from Cloud9. Not the usual one o'clock wait for the burst to come round. Shiro trained onto GXX who can't find a frag. Been looking good with the rifles, of course, but will only get one. Is it going to be enough? No, it isn't. Synopsy falls 4 versus 2. Cloud9.
Hajde, inshallah rigon peshe. Vonë.
And they have somehow managed to keep Nafany in towards middle while all the carnage has been going down. It's just Rigon. He's fragged out of his mind, but he will frag no longer. 25 to 22, and Cloud9 take it.
What a game. What a game. 47 rounds of Counter-Strike in the end there, 25-22. It's been a ridiculous showing, but that's tilting for B&E. To lose that in that fashion, 15-11, then an attack pause, which maybe shouldn't have been called. Which did cost them a lot of that momentum, a lot of that kind of, heat that they had. The cogs were in motion, they were whirring, and it all went quiet. They went cold, and they felt it. And I think the big thing when we look back, considering as well that B&E won both pistols, the big thing when we look back at is just a lackluster T-side rounds at times from B&E. That cost them, especially in towards OT. We just could not see B&E on that T-side find form. And now we look towards Vertigo, and we've already spoken about it. Cloud9 dominated G2 16-6 not that long ago in Pro League. Battered Outsiders, the major champions, 16-9 on Vertigo as well. B&E, they have got such a brutal task ahead of them, and have just lost their map pick.
Kazakhstan.
They played, towards the end in the overtimes. They were playing these very desperate rounds, very quick and aggressive. Didn't really seem to have too much extra in the bank.
Jo, kur I veç mapa parë, tash janë edhe në mapën tjetër, Vertigo. Tani nëse e fitojnë e kanë në ora 7 finalin e madhe.
Is because they didn't necessarily have those, special strats for overtime.
I kem 15 një majt.
Cloud9, just played a really
good
style on the T side. Eventually it started working because I think they just out fatigued BNE, and Axel coming alive.
Shumë faleminderit Kosova Army që pimon ti formun mosën.
To contend with the individuals of Cloud9 and their experience just pulling up and showing BNE who's boss.
Jo, më me shika lukoqe. Tja si ba. Veç që ka një.
As you said, we do start to worry about the things going into Vertigo now, but we'll have to see how that pans out. We're going to take a quick break, folks. When we're back, Vertigo on your screens.
Tani veç janë stopu. Që mos me hu. Qërë bro? Tanë të lujtë me thonë për vend që të vend, vendin e pari 234. Tash, Bëneja ka me Cloud9. Nëse Bëneja mund të ekipën, normalisht shqiptarët mund të tha, shkojnë finale. Në finale shkojnë me kush do të fiton në ora 4 që e golojnë Aurora me VOYVODën. Edhe luajnë për vend parë dhe dytë. Ekipët që hupen luajnë për vend treta dhe katërt. Nuk e di valla bro. Shpak. S'ka për shijoni ka. Price pool. S'po dhja janë qëto? Nuk ka price pool, ama është bilet për Evropë. Nasta. Që me mujt me lujt anja në që turnira, po. Për vjetë ashtu. Veni parë. Zëpon mi hump shpresat. A 5 minuta gjoja. Ku me qaj arestra, këshmi I pak një pizjo është arestra. A është këne në arestra. Stumble guys, që shkon kjo Stumble guys. Që se pas do copy që. Stumble guys, ku ka që marrë e. Që të vitë këtë qysë se kena fillu. Zdia ka nefa të njëri. O dy volvak po do këtë mirë pas. Pas kënë me lujta një 8 ekipe për prize pool gjatë 7.000 euro. Pe 29 marsi dhe në 2 april. Mas shumë t'i lojë pas kam Brazil paget. Kosova King që di one që kom paën, sa kom ni, në Vertigo ja u donë. Ekipës tonë. Ja, pse mundësi kohen për ta me fitu, po. Apet nuk I lijet. Ti bjen që asë një lojë se ka nup, 100%. Veç Vertigo, një shens do me thonë jo bro, Kosova King. Të rëgjoja, a mund me vitu Vertigo. Që këta sa I kanë, vishë par. Që me skemës në statistik. Këta ma pak loj pasën. Mirage ka mundësia, Mirage po.
Ready and raring to go to get onto this map, a map that they're very, very confident on right now.
That's a big tilter for B&E, right? I mean, it's a map in which they played good yesterday. We know it's kind of a pocket pick of theirs where they're feeling confident on it. And they probably saw the match against Aurora where they were like, whoa, we can beat them. We can, you know, one up here. And they get so close, 15-11 up, and then things go sideways. The pause gets called, they get a tech delay as well, where Devon Walk drops out of the server. So they have to kind of buy time for him to come back in. And because of it, B&E just ice out. Now we go towards Vertigo, and it's just C9's map all day. We know, like I've already mentioned, how good they were against G2 and Outsiders recently. And we're looking at recent history. While B&E aren't bad at this map, they're definitely more shaky. This is going to be very, very difficult. C9 are at the moment on a 3-map winning streak when it comes towards Vertigo.
Indeed, well, Gamers Live not wasting any time here. We are very quickly into the second map between B&E and Cloud9. Hoping it up and interesting, but we'll see. Cloud9, of course, we have all the confidence in them at the moment to take the 2-0 now that they've got that first map. Rigon, first line of defense. Down he goes to XHOCII. Molotov very quickly deployed on towards over at the sandbags, and he's just beaten down by the Glocks. Canary does well to find one here, but overwhelmed eventually. Cloud9 with a very quick, very aggressive, and most importantly, very successful pistol round coming in. Juan Flatro's so blind. That will be Cloud9 with a statement round.
Yeah, statement's one way of putting it. What a start for Cloud9. Not slowing down at all. Yes, you had a 10-minute break or so in between the two maps. It means absolutely no difference. C9 still absolutely red hot. And it all starts so well. Rigon falls, and they got a little bit of space to work with. They clear out the sandwich player. The Sandbags player with the Molotov coming through, and it just allows for these isolation of fights to come through. With B&E, they were playing constant rotates, but they were constantly being forced off into really awkward fights to use the utility. Into the second round, I see a full buy coming through from B&E with Rigon in towards a FAMAS, but aside from that, just a couple of Deagles to work with. It's a little bit janky. C9, good opportunity for them to cement themselves into a 2-0 lead.
Molotov down. Anthony will go down. It's a pretty important early frag. XHOCII gets his hands onto that FAMAS as it just trades hands. But yeah, Nafany looking for an early entry and not able to find it. Rigon, meanwhile, goes pushing in, loses his life. Oh, that's ever so slightly embarrassing. At least XHOCII is there to trade and make sure that it's kept in a man advantage scenario. Juan Flatro goes down. This is a really weird kind of round here. Just a few picks here, there, and everywhere, but it's back into a 3-on-3. With the weaponry that they have and the control towards mid, Axal's going to get a catch here. Yep, he nearly finds the frag onto XHOCII, but at the very least, you know, has bought the space that his team are after to maybe try and bail the bomb out. Going to be left low. GXX falling to Buster, though. The A-bomb site weak, and Cloud9 will abuse that fact.
Yeah, it did a weird round. You can see C9 tentative. Don't know where to look, where to go. That being said as well, bomb will go down, post-spawn sets up. Looking in to isolate these fights. He walks straight in towards his demise. to the hands of Buster. Been a good start across the board, really. Everybody hitting their shots. We looked in towards that previous game, and Shiro very quiet, opening things up in towards that Mirage. He was 1-8 at one point. And now, everybody playing their part for Cloud9. Has been a very decent start with a B&E, like we've already spoken about, being pulled out of rotations into these weird and awkward, wonderful fights, like that one for XHOCII to win. That was a full investment for B&E. Walking away with only a couple of kills is going to mean they're into a pretty awkward eco in towards round number 3. So again, seeing out another somewhat shoe-in of a round, a gamble stack here. Will he get cleared? Shiro on the map 10 find one. And they notice a lot of fire over towards the B site. Surely they're going to know now that the A site's open.
Yeah, I think they will. The deagle here of XHOCII going to go down. Unfortunately, Shiro sticking around to maybe find a frag, but does need to be careful not to give too much across. Don't want them gathering kill bonuses and the like. But, yep, as you said, A bomb site, they recognize is fully ripe for the taking. We'll get that bomb plant down. And Cloud9 worming their way through easy rounds at the moment. Nice find onto Rigon. Nafany, there you go. Lovely stuff, getting the eco frags. He was having a pretty damn good game, particularly on their T side in the regulation of the previous map. So he's hoping to tap back into that again and lead from the front.
When Nafany went 43 to 33 in that first game. 43 kills is pretty insane. Yes, of course, it wasn't triple OT, but even still, got to give the guy the credit. He was consistently fragging over towards that first map, and if he continues that sort of form, ooh, things could get shaky. Now, as we look up to the right-hand side, open play for Shiro. Same can be said for GXX. It's an important round, a swing round, in fact, in the sense that for B&E, find this, they could shunt this momentum for C9. But if C9 can conclusively take down the CT side, it will just shatter their funds.
Molotov comes down, and the fight from Nafany is clean. Great start into the round. Isn't going to be any more for any more. They're hoping to, you know, pick up the pieces and not let any more rounds go the way of Cloud9. But this one starts off very well indeed. GXX trained on the angle. Buster just holding, but not going too far around that corner, and rightfully so. Thinking about it, and the shot comes off from GXX, does actually miss. Buster therefore able to take the mid control, and Cloud9 really looking good on the front, really looking good while they are dictating the pace of this game so far.
It goes quiet off the back of it. Doubling back over towards that B stairs position. Right now, C9 haven't made the decision, and we saw this quite a few times over towards Mirage, and it was costly. Even the round too late and not giving themselves time to go for an execute was always the bane of their existence. The wood player still alive and kicking. Will they clear it? The answer is no one. Flash out the preview, and alongside Teneri, they have just completely C9 are falling apart.
Yep, certainly looking that way. Hobbit robbed of an opportunity to find one. Will go down. It's just going to be Buster remaining. He does make things costly, but no time for him to get the round done. Does need to be careful he doesn't go down after time. They're actually miles away from him. He's going to scoop up and up. Not bad. Yes, Cloud9, despite having the first one, they got the first one very early indeed. They just wound the clock down, playing like they're kind of behind, playing like they're on the back foot, and BNE will just abuse that fact. And you know, it comes down to oh well, if he's wood, I guess we're a bit screwed. If he's not, then we get some control. So not very convincing from Cloud9.
No, and we saw this tomorrow's Mirage quite a few times. This is what we said C9's T-side was lackluster. It was because of rounds like those where they're leaving things so late. GXX, nice opening pick. XHOCII will fall. A massively important kill too. The big heavy rifler. Towards C9, dropped early in towards the round. But speaking of, the guy with all the frags, Nafany, the leader, just in front of the smoke.
Some fokusohet me një kod gat. Edhe me I smooth tipi,
me just zone is Nafany. Hobbit is there to back him up, but Nafany is really looking for these aggressive peaks, hoping to throw himself into the entry role. Molotov comes round. Left incredibly blind, but he's covered off by the AWP that has not been dealt with here.
Nuk e di
GXX
sa
in for
keni
two.
po ju po.
Buster from Ivy hoping to find something. Does get one. Should be easily traded, I say. Oh, gets a bit weird, but there's so many bodies around that corner ready for the repeat to come in. Not a chance, and BNE will very quickly move up to 2.
Yeah, good work. Nice work coming through from BNE.
Cloud9.
Cloud9 starting to look fallible once again. We've already spoken about this. When they get a little bit shaky, it can become a bit of a rut for them. And now this C9 side says the full guys come out and play for BNE. Not the same approach that we saw against that low bar. They're confidently taking fights, confidently relying on their angels. That is BNE's style of play. Of course, they're quite a methodical team, but they're so heavily relying on the fundamentals, on the individual stepping up. Very, very aggressive counter-strike coming through, and once again looking for more of it.
Jet push,
Shiro
burn,
Tech 9, with the space he's created, back turn, and nearly cost him his life.
Almost.
Që tha po se dohet me I. Ja me fitu, ja me u.
Rig on the off.
Fa,
Goes wide.
ty ti
It's
ka
going
lo.
to cost him his life. And now Synopsis got to be careful not to go down as well. They're going to take that one kill and get away with it, but unfortunately Juan Flatro here on the flank is just making sure that they are sealed in. Oh, nearly the kill for Buster. That's unlucky. But BNE have really quickly evened this one up to 3-3, and now, you really start to worry for Cloud9 as they are sort of struggling once the rifles have come into play.
BNE look way more confident in terms of their approach to Vertigo right now. It's not exactly looking how, Cloud9 approached G2 or outsiders like we saw in Pro League. This has been a much more kind of tentative approach in the sense that they know BNE are going to be aggressive. They know on that CT side they're going to be taking early fights. And you can see they're always holding, waiting, and expecting those sort of rounds to come through.
Po e vaj një break shkurt unë se
now for C9, we want to see the individuals find these peaks. And speaking of Nafany, he peaks, he's lucky to still be alive.
E kthela.
He is indeed.
Për pak.
Very trimmed off. Now what for Cloud9? Ready and waiting at the bottom end of ramp. But not much coming in. Rig on. Trying to work around a smoke here. I'm not entirely sure that's where it was supposed to go. But he'll make do with it. I don't think it was, because his teammates just come in and throw one down. It actually works for Hobbit there. Finds a cheeky frag. Synopsis, thank God, is around to trade, because that really could have been an embarrassing moment. Still, 4 versus 4 is enough for Cloud9 to work with, and they are playing very patiently around the ramp area.
Little do they know, like ships in the night, they've walked past an Synopsis. But he hasn't heard a thing. C won't even know as well that they've pushed past him. Now they will. Here's the util. Synopsis still staying tucked. He's waiting for a mistake. He's waiting for someone to walk his way. And there it is. Buster will fall. Back turn, then he might fall to the hands of Nafany. That is the case. IGO dropping 1, but on the site, Axel will fall to the hands of one. Flatro bomb dropped. 15 seconds, time is ticking. And Shiro needs a masterclass. And of course, when called upon, will deliver a couple of kills, but he can't quite make it the third. All he needed was one more bullet. But it was just too much to ask.
BNE once again matching up against Cloud9. That was a crunch round, really difficult. And they are able to take it. This is really impressive stuff, carrying on their form that they found on Mirage. It wasn't quite enough. It might not be quite enough again, but the T side from Cloud9 has started kind of slow, if I do say so myself. They had a dominant pistol, but since then they've really been stuck for ideas and getting bested. Not easily, but getting bested. Hobby going to open up onto one Flatro. Double nadage down towards... Will take him down. Shiro quickly to fall. They tried to get aggressive up the ramp, not going to work out.
3 versus 4. C9. What is a little bit of a middling buy. Just that Hobbit with the M4A4 now. Scooped up off the corpse of one Flatro in his hands. Plan is looking like it's going to be over towards B. They struggled to get space on towards this site already. Nice little angle there. With 51 floors up, Hobbit going to find 1 kill, but he'll fall to the flames. Deep flash coming through, but it's just the Tech 9. And the Eagle for Axel and Buster. M4 scooped up. Once again, this one just looks impossible. A 2 versus 4. And Axel's on 13 points of HP.
They'll be happy to get a return on the investment, though. I think that's what they're after at the end of the day.
True.
Yeah, so they'll be cool with this. If they can get any more, it obviously, you know, makes things very costly for that CT side. So the CTs have got to be careful not to drop any more. Rig on with the spot. Smoke goes down. He'll call for some assistance, I would imagine. But pretty slow on the upswing here from Cloud9. They don't really have, you know, an awful lot to work with. So it's to be expected. Axile falls, as does Buster. So it doesn't go super costly. And now BNE, you can see, on fire, because it's 5 in a row for the CT side.
Deservedly as well. BNE all over them. We came into this and we were, you know, building up these storylines, and we were really talking about how Cloud9 have been so good in this map recently. But each and every game is different. And with how close Mirage was, I wasn't, you know, kind of questioning essentially what BNE were going to be like. Whether that loss on Mirage would tilt them to a point where this becomes a very, very difficult sort of situation to be in. Right now, very good indeed. 5 in a row on the CT side and C9 on T side. Similar towards Mirage. Just not finding form, and especially not consistent form at that.
Very quiet here. Nafany going to be the first to creep in. Will just be the usual utility going down, but so far, you know, BNE have really done well going into these late round situations. Cloud9 again going to look to run the clock down, and again, we question whether they can find success with it. BNE have just looked so well put together. Decent nade damage done onto Hobbit. And things start off pretty poor. This is impressive from BNE so far. They've had a really well put together CT side. How long does it continue?
Nade coming through as well. Deep damage on towards Regan. He's up to 31 points of HP. Numbers both the same, but once again, Script, they're leaving things late. 25 seconds on the clock, and they still haven't even got space towards the site.
One Flatro. Aggressive on the post here. Does manage to find one. Can he get any more? No, he's traded instantly, but not a lot of time. 10 seconds to work their way in. There's so many bodies here. A smoke that Rigon can work around. Meanwhile, nade goes down. Doesn't quite finish Axile. Is the spam going to do the job? GXX? No, he's not close enough, so they'll get the bomb in. And now they've got a 3 versus 2 to work with. Now just a 2 versus 2. Chaos on the A-bomb site, just down to Shiro. Great shot on the first. Looking for the second. He will be denied. And BNE not slipping. 6 in a row comes in for the Bad News Eagles.
Ridiculous. Well played. Well played. Stellar stuff coming through. BNE absolutely flying. This is great work. Great work. And once again, we have to ask questions about Cloud9. I know it's their style of play, and it's a very kind of CIS style of play. Very, very reliant on late round executes, pushing on towards the site with sub 30 seconds to work with. But it becomes a point in time where we have to ask questions about when they're going to change it up a little bit. Try and change that tempo. Go a little bit fast. Take the, the fight to BNE. Try and beat BNE at their own game. Because right now, leaving things slow is costing them. Rigon spots Nafany. As Nafany walks away with a kill, the IGL still keeping a decent little run of form.
Keeping it competitive at the very least, but as said, BNE on 6 rounds in a row, really flying on this CT side. Cloud9, again, it is very matchup dependent. The map itself might look good, but BNE do not care as they go wildly swinging in quite often. Synopsy will go maybe a bit too wide on that one. Either way, man advantage for Cloud9 hangs in the balance. Hobbit and Shiro both very low here.
Foster doubling back. To join up with Axel. Shiro looking like he might walk in towards his demise. He does. While the numbers were favouring BNE, now everything does, including HP. Full spotted. Molotov to come through as well. Once again, time is of the essence with 40 seconds on the clock and a Molotov drop. I don't know. They'll have about 20 seconds to work with once this molly goes. They don't have a smoke to extinguish it too. What is happening? Hobbit's nowhere to be seen, but Van Flatcher will fall to the wood, and Axel makes it a double.
GXX with the AWP. On close, not ready. And Axel
Brilliant.
will take him down. Big round coming in for Axel. Cloud9 finally put a stop to BNE. And again, it is this super contact-heavy kind of play style, but it works for them on the B side of things.
Yeah, I mean, for Cloud9, yes, it's all well and good finding success. It does make you ask a couple of questions. It's still a little bit janky, very reliant on Axel stepping up to the plate, which he does. It's great. That has been the story of Cloud9 at times. If Axel and Shiro really aren't hitting their shots or finding their form, is this side going to do okay? Thankfully, Axel delivers when asked of. So, 6-4. While BNE went on a hot streak, 6 rounds in a row, C9 are still just hot on their tails, and the money has been shafted over towards the CT side. GXX and AWP in play. That's basically all they've got to work with.
Hobbit. Boosted up. Oh, they're going for a two-man peek here. GXX on the contact, looking to get the frag round the corner. Down he goes. Hobbit with a big one. Van Flatcher might be a little unknown here. The smoke does go down to make sure they can't get any more ground. And the AWP, of course, going to be recovered there. They're going for the quick boost up. Nice nade damage onto Van Flatcher. Down he'll go here. Not ready for the boost. It was just Hobbit on his own in his mind. But he's got mates. And Cloud9 making mincemeat out of this round. Nice find from Taneri. Any for Rigon? Yep. Of course. Got to get those deagles working. But the round itself, not really looking too likely. Rigon has retrieved the AWP. Goes down to Naf, and he's in an advanced position. And an easy finish in the end comes through for Cloud9. They will close the gap nice and quick, but we need more rifle rounds out from them to be convinced of their prowess here on Vertigo.
That's it. That's it. We can take a breather here as well as BNE, of course. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt. It was that somewhat low buy, just the AWP in play, which gets immediately deleted. C9 hot on the tails, up to 5. We're looking at C9 on towards the CT side. That's when we're going to see them find form. BNE need to build up a wealth of a lead here. I'm looking, you know, to be honest, at the likes of 9 rounds, where I feel comfortable. We know both of these two sides struggle on the T side of Mirage. That was their biggest weakness. And you'd probably even make the expectation of more of the same. In towards Vertigo. Nades coming through. I'm going to spot too much here. Axel holding and waiting. It's a small tag, but it's not too problematic. Double nades come in. He only loses 11 points. C9 look towards ramp.
Synopsy. Up close and personal here. Ready for Hobbit to come around this corner. Going to win the fight out. No opportunity at the trade. Oh, there's Nafany going for it, but missed times. No one can trade him. What's happening? They got all the players on ramp, and yet this guy comes away with 2 solo kills. Buster going to go creeping in. Very cheeky indeed. Double spray down for Buster. Nullifies all that earlier stuff I was talking about, and he keeps on going. Buster unstoppable, apparently. That's going to allow for the bomb to go down. He'll get the plant in, might lose his life. Big damage onto the AWP, but Shiro readjusts. And that will be the round going the way of Cloud9 in a matter of mere moments. A broken bye for Bad News Eagles goes south fast.
Safe to say chaos was the kind of the right call there.
Ja, bara så, ne?
Cloud9 thrive in said chaos.
Ja,
Right, started poorly as well, and this is the big thing, and that has been the story a couple of times for Cloud9. They'll start off some of these rounds where it's looking really poorly for them, and another 5 versus 3 go in the way of C9. They did it in a massive swing round in Mirage, turning a 5 versus 3 on their heads. This could be the big one too. As you mentioned, the economy shattered. Nafany getting space over towards ramp. Everything starting to pan out from what was a bit of a middling first half.
Komplett A
over towards B. Axel for the first and the second as well. He's just so damn quick. And this
Där är det minime, ja.
Lovely stuff from Axel. Glad to see him activated here. He's 15 and 8. They might be the easy eco frags, but he still makes it look better than most in the world. Cloud9, it took them some time. They seem to have figured BNE out, and now it's a question, how deep does their rabbit hole go? Can they get the same kind of streak rolling? Already very quickly up to 4 in a row.
Igen, plus shumë të madh Cloud9.
Yeah. just to reiterate, because I know what people are like.
I wouldn't mind a pause here. I would not mind being any pause here. This is potentially their last 4 by the half. Lose this. Not only did Cloud9 find 8, but it re-breaks their economy. They're stuck in this cycle. We talk about it. The harsh cycle that can be CT Counter-Strike, full buy-in, failure to find success, double eco, rinse and repeat. It's a horrible scenario to be in, and Cloud9 are kind of forcing B&E into this trap. You can see them getting nervy because of it. Pop shot coming through. GXX, it just whizzes past his head. He's a very lucky man, and he knows it, and he'll fall away.
Flash over the top. Axel creeping around, getting very cheeky here. Oh, the peek comes in. It was just a timing-based play. They thought they'd got him in so deep that he might be able to get away with one. He was so close to finding at least one frag, but it does escape him there. GXX going to be heard. I think he's trying to bait a peek with the jumps, to be honest. He's done it quite a lot. And there you go. He eventually baits a peek with the smoke. Shiro with the trade. Not a bad exchange in and of itself, but there's still a man down in the round. Here comes the flank. And there goes Shiro up on the top side, finding success. Oh, it's all fallen apart again for BNE. They were so ready for this one. They started off well, but they cannot keep it going.
That's it. You saw it already. A 5 versus 3 turn on his head. And this one looking quite similar. Oh, Senna, he's so unfortunate. If he peeks in towards ramp, he gets the freest of kills. Rig on with the AWP will fall, and that'll be all she wrote. He's flanking, and look who's holding it, the danger man. Shiro about to net himself, I'm sure, the freest of kills. No, I speak too soon. He's going to fall away. Of course, I guess, does have the bomb in hand, and it needs to go down at some point. With 15 seconds on the clock, they make sure to lock that one in. It's only just going to save with 15 points of HP. And it's going to be C9 up to an 8. They guarantee a lead at the half. T-side Vertigo can be a bit of a cruel mistress. But C9 have controlled it. From what was a poor start, turn it back on its head. And now we look towards B&E. I don't think the buy is going to be anything too spectacular in towards the next. Senary, even for him dropping one over, might be a little bit of a tough ask.
He's going to just hide away at the back end, though, in the T-spawn. In disguise. Yeah, looking very scary here. Cloud9, they're going to be the ones on fire now. Oh, and Senary goes down as well. That is sad. That is very sad indeed. Here are the Shiro kills that we kind of missed. What with the flank coming in. All too easy for Cloud9. It took them a while. It took them a good while here, but they ultimately are able to find, you know, a very solid 5-round run, looking for a 6-round run as well. Going to take the advantage moving into the second half. Exactly what you want from them at this point. Really good stuff. And yeah, definitely showing why this is their map pick. A great little comeback into this first half.
That's it. 5 from the trot for C9. This T side has been so strong. B&E. What has happened? From finding form of the rifles and being unstoppable since they had a full buy in their hands, 6 in a row for them. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. You look over towards that CT side and the buy is problematic to say the least. Senary and one flat twins was the M4s. And I don't think really anyone else can pick one up. Rig on, it might have to be a FAMAS. Yeah, exactly. Just a FAMAS for him. Bit of Uto. So one pistol, one MP9, one FAMAS and a double M4 to make this one work, or to at least try for B&E. I said I'd like to see Bad News go up to 9, but right now it's looking like C9 will hit number 9 as things are panning out. But so I say, GXX will find the first.
Trying to find a fight towards middle as well. It doesn't really present itself. They're going to have to reconsider this entire round with that first kill coming in. Incredibly difficult for Cloud9 then. The first time in a long while that we've seen them go down early and down quite cleanly as well. You know, GXX finds the kill, backs away, all that good stuff, right? They don't really lose any information or anything of the sort. It is a heavy kind of B play at the moment. A really heavy B play. I'm going to rotate Juan Flacho around with that M4. Rigon going to be here as well, because it was only a deagle for a moment, but as the nature of the map is, you know, very quick rotations, of course, for that CT side. And once the utility starts coming in, they smell the rat. They're ready for this one. Uh-oh. Here comes the bloodbath. Who's going to come out on top? Axel only good for one. Shiro, though, he finds two on the AK. Hobbit chiming in, finding the space. Scenari with his A1S is now the only one left against 3 in total. He's tagged one down very low indeed. There is a kid available. Finds Buster through the smoke. He might just get this done. Hobbit's leg's going to get spotted, and Scenari comes away with a huge 1 versus 3 to net number 7 for BNE, bringing it as close as is humanly possible.
All right, just a cost race.
A massive round for BNE to see off as well. That was looking like Cloud9 we had answer back with 6 rounds in a row to close out their T side. Now, Scenari other ideas needed a magician, just someone to step up, make the difference, and with a small amount of HP to do it as well. Well played, really well played. So we enter the second half, finest of margins, as easy as it can be, with the lead in favor of Cloud9.
Decided,
now move on to CT side.
Quick from BNE, getting the control up towards the ramp area, hoping that they can find that hole. Not wasting any time. Just going straight in for the execute.
Palco,
down. They're closing the gap on him though. It's going to be the Julies of Axel that chime in for the first Hobbit. His teammate out to dry. Nafany also going to fall to GXX. That's the big frag. 2 versus 3. Julie's in for Hobbit. Can't get anything done. Head of the first. Didn't quite get the clutch last time. It is BNE finding the all-important pistol.
Both sides running their T-side pistol round. Huge.
Bit of
an early start on towards that, you know, attacking side where we can now see a bit of momentum start to run through for them. Nice full buy to come through. And in fact, Cloud9 aren't going to answer back with one of their own. I don't know if I really enjoy this all too much. Force buying into the CT side can always be such an awkward situation where you lose it out. BNE can make their way up towards double digits before the response comes through. It can be a 10-8 scoreline before they know it. And again, Shiro and a scout. He's pretty damn good with it. I'm going to count them out. Just, yeah, looking over towards Sandbags. Just want to get some clarification about clearing that angle. Little does he know, no one's there. 1-25 and BNE got ramp control, but they don't know where Cloud9 are set up or how many's even here.
Yeah. Very true.
Scout
goes down. They're going to go executing in again on the BNE side of things. That's not a tag that lands there. Might just save, to be honest. They've got hardly anyone in towards the bomb site itself. It's all going to come down to Nafany and what he can find. They line up for him with a head on a swivel of down to Hobbit. All the spam is clean. Doesn't get the kill. Hobbit, meanwhile, looking for this frag, will get it. Synopsis' head was right there, but he manages to find the kill onto the man going wild, and that brings it down to a 3 versus 3, looking pretty good. Rig on. Clean stuff from him. Clean stuff from Buster. There are nice shots all around. If there was a kit available, I'd maybe give them this, but they really do not have the time to work with. Shiro going to make it as costly as possible, but just out of here with this scout. Make sure he can take it into the next round. And that will be BNE finding the night, but my goodness, that is close.
They got made to work for it. Exactly that. I mean, you know, Shiro keeping the scout alive is the real silver lining overall. They really had to work for around their BNE. It's very expensive.
Yeah, keep on going for
C9 in the sense that by making it so expensive, 4 out of 5 kills picked up, it will keep that T-side economy in check. Despite them winning rounds, despite them getting the additional kind of bomb plants and money and whatnot, it is just keeping BNE in a controlled factor. Reinvestment coming through, but for them, it's a Mac-10, a Galil. Not exactly the most dream buy, so to say, but for C9, this is going to be the second part of the eco. Once again, playing around the scout, a few pistols to work with, and a similar ask from us. Get a couple of rounds, we'll take a couple of positives, but at the moment, it's just a couple of kills. That's all we're looking for. Make it expensive. One flat trick is very lucky that his head doesn't get ripped off.
Nafany looking to get cheeky with it. In comes the flashes. In comes GXX from the side, though. That's kind of the man that's not really been expected too much. Nafany up close, rings off a shot. Somehow doesn't go down to GXX. What the hell? I thought he was dead to rights. A tag going to land onto SHQIPET here. There's a lot of bodies on both sides of the equation. Once these smokes go down, we could see a bloodbath come in. It's going to be re-smoked as well. Just make sure that this sort of left-hand side of the site, depending on how you look at it, of course, but all the same, they are being kept at bay. Shiro going to get the scout. Smoke across. Beagle across. Nafany does go down as they go barreling on in. All the kills go in the way. And there's the CT side chiming in eventually. Will be easy for Rigon. And that's going to be the 10th round. Just going through the motions here as BNE. Some of the moments come close, but ultimately double digits hit.
Exactly. You know, once again, we're looking at that round, and it's like we said coming into it, we're not expecting Cloud9 to fan around there. We're not expecting them to do anything. Get a couple of kills, make it a little bit expensive. Silver linings. But it's all well and good having these silver linings now. We now need to see a conclusive round come out. Cloud9, full buy for them. Shiro in towards the AWP. This is what it's about. A huge opportunity for C9 to turn this back in their favor. Deep Nate going to come through as well. We'll do a small and very small amount of damage on towards one Flatcho. As XHOCII going to play up close towards stairs. It's a tough angle to hold, but if he can do so, might single-handedly win the round. And here's the tick too.
Wild spray down coming through from BNE. XHOCII trying to catch, but can't get it done. Boost coming in. Been seen. Oh, and he finishes them off easily. Any more for any more? XHOCII, wow, that is confident. And it leaves Buster out on an island, and 3 quick kills for BNE coming in. Oh, was the re-swing from XHOCII required? Very, very confident indeed. Maybe even frustration coming in. It will spell the round for BNE, and Cloud9 set to save. And I say Cloud9 is just Shiro now.
Yeah, he's got his heavy up. There's no way. It was a huge opportunity for C9 and a must-win round. And the fact that they don't, things are now getting dicey. We've already spoken about this. We said this before things started over towards Mirage. But BNE are a side who look like they prefer the T side. Obviously, was not the case on Mirage at all. They struggled massively at times. And BNE will be the first to admit it. However, right now, pretty damn good. Up to 11, BNE, fantastic round from them once again. Against the full buy, formidable. 2 remaining alive. Is a really solid position to be in, and so far they are flawless on this T side. This is what BNE can do. When they get that snowball effect on the way, when they get the ball rolling. Such a difficult team to stop, such a difficult team to keep at bay. And I'm loving what I'm seeing so far. Really solid work coming out, taking aggressive fights, making sure their presence is known, and sort of making C9 feel awkward. You can see this side trying as best as they can to get opening kills, but it's costing them.
It's what triple overtime will do, man. You no longer fear your opponents, right? I think that's kind of one of the key things that we have to take away from that.
For sure.
First game. Really removes some of the unsurety. Ooh, how do they play? How are they feeling today? What are they going to bring to the table? Makes all the difference. Nafany up close with the D. Not able to find anything. They go creeping around Shiro. Potential for him to find multiple here. Somehow still alive. The Deagle of Buster cannot chime in, but there's a lot of damage that's been done. 3 versus 3, definitely not out of the realms of possibility.
Bit of Utah being dropped early as well. Trying to set themselves up in an aggressive post plant. The linchpin seems to be XHOCII. He's holding him for the flank, and they're not holding him. He could creep up and get a little bit of space. The pistols are keeping the attention drawn, but he actually might just be playing exits. It might be the port of call here. The classic exit in towards that back corner. It's being held for. Rigon was looking over. C9 aren't giving this a go. It's just a case and a point and a question of can XHOCII make it expensive before he inevitably falls. Swing comes through. Damage dealt. Both GXX. He might struggle to stay alive, and he will. Same can be said for SHQIPET. Rigon will fall in exactly the same suit, dying after time. Doesn't really make a difference all too much. The bomb goes off. They're absolutely fine. BNE, no survivors. This is what we were saying for C9. While they may not be finding success, they're making it expensive. It's just keeping that BNE economy in check. But as you can see in towards the middle of your screen, that is fire in the trot. And that means B&E, flames on the logo, deservedly. They are on fire right now. Great performance coming through, and C9 just can't seem to get a read on them.
Yeah, it's very surprising, to be honest. I was expecting a lot more out from Cloud9, but we've been denied a really strong showing, especially when they moved on to the CT side. Thought it was going to be possible. Axel with the double spray down, though, has got other things to say. A contact cheeky play from BNE has been thwarted out on B, and now all of a sudden there's only 2 of them that remain.
This is it. This is what C9 needed. This is the kind of the swing round in terms of momentum. Yes, it's 5 in a row. We actually saw the same thing happen to C9 at the end of that first half. 5 in a row, and then 1 on the end just gave B&E a bit of comfort. Made it as even as half as they possibly can. It's looking like, Scriv, they're going to call for a save. Or nothing to do with it. They're parking up. We've got a 45-second wait here. And an opportunity for B&E to have a breather, a conversation. XHOCII from the grave. I want to talk about what went wrong in that one. It all fell apart in a matter of moments. Maybe, just maybe, B&E could opt for a timeout at some point too. We haven't seen all too many timeouts being called. And they can maybe pop one just to, you know, bring Devil Walk in towards the conversation. We know how smart this guy is. We know what he can bring to the table in terms of a conversation and how much experience he's got. You know, the age-old meme, Devil Walk won major. So, it wouldn't be too bad to get a call on him. See if he can bring these guys up to scratch in terms of how to really continue their lead. But yeah, that save goal is locked and loaded, and it will be a 9th for C9. Axel, nice round for him. Couple of kills, more or less confirms it.
Well, easy stuff in the early portions of that round. Will be kind of an anticlimactic finish into it, but no timeout going to be taken here, Neo. So bad news, Eagles. Rolling through the motions. Obviously, you know, got to be careful. We did see Cloud9 on that first map of Mirage in a similar situation where, you know, they started off kind of weak onto their CT side and then all of a sudden just turned the dial up to 11 as they so often do. Flashes coming round. A lot of aggression here from BNE. Cover from Shiro. Will be the 1-for-1 trade, though. Certainly going to be happy to come away with a frag there. Need the support as well. Shiro being left out to dry. Left on 26 HP. There's Hobbit going wild. Will come away with 2. And those are the key kills in this round so far. 4 versus 2 scenario, and Juan Flatro, the only ones left. They tried to go for some quick aggression on the BNE side, and it's not worked very quickly. They got 5 in a row. As soon as they lost the round, they're taking it to super basic Counter-Strike. Says to me that they might be running thin on ideas. Really do worry for them if that's the case.
Yeah, and we saw this a couple of times, didn't we? We look back towards when it was 15-11. B&E, map point on their map pick. What do? Just a fast play towards that B side of Mirage, right? And they fall completely flat. They get absolutely mowed down. And then now you're looking at what we're seeing here, where for B&E, they've got a lead. They've, you know, kept and built up a pretty decent little repertoire on the T side so far with 5 consecutive rounds. And now they're just going for fundamental plays, which isn't the play against Cloud9, because we know what the individuals they have. The likes of your Axels and your Shiros. You're going to see a pause called. Thankfully, I would have liked it prior to that round. But better late than never. You see Age on Monica here. It's a good conversation, good opportunity like we already spoke about. Bring Devil Walk in. The new coach over towards B&E, and do some really good work with him. I got to admit, did some really good work. Hopefully now he can put them back onto their winning ways and continue to build on this lead that they've got. It's a 2-round gap, a bit of breathing room, but it's not exactly the most comfortable positions at all. Cloud9, they know all too well about it that, yes, there is that breathing room, but they are breathing down the necks of B&E. They're hot on their tails, and they will have a better buy-in towards this one. This should be C9 up to 11.
Should being the operative word, of course. B&E and explosive rounds. Never truly want to write them out of these scenarios. Shiro, though, when he's opening up with the big green and landing the flicks, you know it's all good. You know that the business as usual attitude coming in from Cloud9 will make everybody happy. Everybody except BNE fans, which, to be fair, there's probably quite a few of them in the old Twitch chat, I would imagine. They got quite the support and the little Dragonite, of course. The
Classic,
meme that is.
Great image.
Yeah, fantastic with the flag. Love it.
Well, there we go. Very easy round. Put to the wayside. Cloud9 up to 11. Like we said, within that reaching distance now, the full buy will come through, but B&E are in this cycle. Full buy in, failure to find success, eco and repeat. They need to break it here. C9 is starting to make a tear. Both of these sides so momentum heavy. We saw it so much over towards Mirage. They're so streaky. And this is the thing. You allow C9 to get on a hot streak, they can be very difficult to put by the wayside, very difficult to stop. SHQIPET, like he wants to push through the smoke. Molly will be dropped as well to try and keep them at bay. Nafany, he knows they could be close. And he'll find one.
Nafany looking good. Been a little quieter on this map. It's been Shiro and Axile, the two members that you expect for Cloud9 to take over the game, and they'll keep that trend of coming. Shiro looking dynamic on the AWP as well as he swaps up his angles. But starting off, I mean, that's exactly what Cloud9 wanted. There's no way, there is no way BNE should be able to fight back into the round. GXX has been gifted one onto Axile, though. Big name to take. And now the B defense really thrown for a ringer here. They've overcommitted. Is the bomb headed in? With all these flashes, you know, you'd say maybe they'd get scared off, but it looks like they are going to try and go for it. Half HP bars and the like. Not looking good from Gen. Shiro's got all the control in the world, just baiting in towards Nafany, who goes down, but Shiro will find his frags. Goodness gracious, hell of a shot from Rigon, to be fair to him, but it's just not going to be enough. Nobody is around to back him. GXX drops Shiro, 30 seconds. Maybe a bomb plant. If they give the space across, he's as yet to retrieve the bomb, though. Maybe thinking he'd already got it. Nonetheless, Buster will take him down, and we are evened up 12-12.
BNE struggling now. They are really starting to crumble a little bit. This should be C9 getting the flames on their logo in a second. Going to be that low buy coming through where C9 have a fantastic opportunity to take a lead and then secure it. What a position we are in at the moment. I'm not feeling too confident for BNE, and I think they've got exactly the same mentality. They are a little bit nervy, and you can see it. And it seems to be the playstyle for BNE. We've already spoken about it. Very reliant on the individuals to step up. Very reliant on kind of, you know, mechanical prowess, the fundamentals of Counter-Strike. It's all well and good when you're against a side like C9, and when you've got individuals like, finally, your Shiros and your Axiles online from the get-go. It's a rough one. They coming through over towards top stairs. That's a Not Out Here special, so I'm doing a little video on that the other day. Buster's been watching the trick of the trade. Speaking of Utah, flash over towards stairs. It looks like that's where BNE want to pop.
Nice find from Buster. Axile lines two up. Easy stuff. Not a single kill coming through for the BNE side of things. Cloud9 are doing it. They've closed the gap. They've overtaken the gap. And they've got 5 in a row of their own. Streaky second half so far. But that is what we are after. Cloud9 proving why they are the favorites on this map as they find another level. The 6th gear has finally come in. And they look to continue the trend. BNE, yes, they've got a buy, but once again, they will sacrifice certain parts, right? Not enough utility to go around.
Things are working wonderfully for them. 5 in a row. These two sides so momentum heavy. And while it's all well and good when it's in your favor, when it's not, it's just horrible to break. And you can see BNE, they're trying to do anything they can, delving deep in towards the strat book to find success. A little bit of double stack in towards mid on the sandbags. Speaking of a stack, Rigon over towards B. He'll realize in just a moment that no one's here.
Yeah, kind of weird for Cloud9. Hobbit will make his way over. Flash comes in. Oof, risky. Very risky indeed. He could have gone down quite easily there. But yeah, they went for more of a mid play, it would seem. Still, all the utility coming in from both sides now. Juan Platro. Hello? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Maybe a bit of a lag. I don't really know. I hope so, to be honest. because I don't know what else to say about that. Jeez. Okay. 5v4. Cloud9 gifted a frag, whatever the way it goes down. It absolutely shouldn't be happening. Contact A-play coming in. Nafany hidden away at the back end of the sandbag. Shiro finds SHQIPET. Will get traded out by GXX. Nafany, meanwhile, is going to go unchecked. Should get the double here. Finds one. Looking for the second. Oh, and Soneri does overwhelm him. Will be traded out by Buster in pretty good time. 2 versus 1. GXX with 10 seconds left. Not a lot of time. Tap onto the bomb. They're not giving it to him, and that is going to be the round going the way of Cloud9. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, to be honest. GXX will grab his AWP, get the hell out. But Cloud9 have brought it within 2 now, looking set to find the steal. I don't know. There's a bit of walk in there.
Yeah.
But I'm really not sure.
You know, and we were kind of talking about the same sort of argument over towards C9. At times, B&E can lead things a little bit too late, and we saw it happen there. They just didn't have time to clear the angles. Over towards top, all they have to do is go 1 for 1. 6 seconds to get a bomb plant. And even if the bomb does go down, all Cloud9 had to do was play the numbers game, play for the trades. At the moment, B&E in such a rough predicament. GXX with the AWP, when Flasho investing in towards an AK, and alongside that, it's just a few pistols. And it feels like a must-win sort of round for B&E if they want to turn the tides. If they don't, it could be all over and Hobbiton behind. Oh, not like this. The bomb might fall in a matter of seconds. It does. Hobbiton got the bomb and the second too. He will fall to the hands of one. Flasho, but Buster stepping up on his own. Make that a second. Can he confirm the third? It does not matter. Nafany's in behind. What a round for Cloud9. They find 15. Map and series and grand final point on the line for them.
What a turnaround it has been as well. They find themselves 7 rounds in a row. It took them some time, but once they've got their claws in, B&E have not been able to kick them off. Really great Counter-Strike coming in from Cloud9. B&E again just kind of playing into their hands. Really, you know, stuck for ideas. Just keep the aggression coming. Keep the fights, the scraps. That's what they want, but it's easier said than done, and Cloud9 are used to it by now. SHQIPET just goes flying in, as you can see. Nafany will be ready to meet him. Hobbit will be ready to meet him. Shiro out towards middle, reading the situation perfectly. They've got 2 players here. Are they even going to be needed? Because Shiro just is not missing. Rigon will be the only one left in the scenario here against all 5 of Cloud9. He does well to find one, does his job, but nobody else showed up today. And so he's going to be overwhelmed with work. Down he will go. Buster finds him, and that's going to be the 16-12-2-0 for Cloud9 to come through. They will indeed secure themselves into the grand final, and B&E, we have to wave goodbye. They were not good enough on the day. We said it was going to be tough, but look, 2 very, very close maps, to be fair to them, especially that first one. I think some great Counter-Strike coming in for B&E. They can be happy with how they perform, but not good enough to match up against the world-class players that Cloud9 have.
I think regardless of wherever you stand, whoever you support, you have to give credit towards B&E. What a performance from them, right? These guys, everybody, we all came in and we agreed that the underdogs in this game is Cloud9, number 10th ranked team in the world. What a performance. What a showing coming through. And I think, you know, either way, they could be happy with the performance they put up. I think realistically, though, the big thing to look back in towards that game, 15-11 up, and they choke it out, right? That's going to be the one they're going to look back on. Really, you know, hurt themselves about, right? That's the one that you'll struggle to sleep with, right?
Cloud9 Mirage
when they should have taken it. But credit to Cloud9, mental fortitude of the highest regard from them as they book their tickets to the grand finals and will be joined by one of VOYVODA or Aurora, who are coming up next. What a game. What a game indeed for B&E. It's commiserations, but a congratulations to Cloud9.
Yeah, Cloud9 ultimately proving, you know, what we know about them. They were the favorites coming into this tournament, and they look super, super solid. Definitely some shaky moments in there. The Vertigo, again, also looked a bit, you know, on the ropes in the beginning portions. It looked like B&E were going to be able to just abuse the aggressive plays and look really impressive, but in the end, not the case. So, you know, really surprising stuff, of course. The B&E, I think, were able to bring it as close as they did. I thought that we moved on to the CT side. Cloud9 just take over. Goodbye. but it wasn't the case.
Goodbye, goodbye.
Up until the very end, it started to get dominant to the end. BNE just running out of gas on Vertigo ultimately. Of course, so folks, we are going to take a break here. We've got another game coming up, and then we've got another game after that, of course. So all the BO3s for today. It's Aurora VOYVODA after the break. Stick with us. Might be a bit of an extended one, but we'll have the Counter-Strike coming your way sooner rather than later.
Taas jos lyö Aurora vs VOYVODA. GG.
It is, yeah, really, really starting to heat up now. And, you know, that last game all the way down to the wire, some close finishes in the end, but it will be Cloud9 taking it if you are maybe just joining us. And then, as said, VOYVODA up against Aurora. VOYVODA, the surprise that they end up here. They took down BNE 16-4. They ended up, you know, being the winners overall of that group. Really crazy stuff and very impressive indeed. Aurora, meanwhile, they were in the decider game. They were in the decider game against Domination. And ultimately, you know, they were the cleaner team, not necessarily super dominant from them, but an easy kind of road coming in from Aurora as well.
Yeah, I think I'm right. So it was 16-30 in that final game against Domination. So it was still pretty close. They got made to work for it. But then we saw against Cloud9, it was pretty one-sided there, 16-10 overall, but Cloud9, a bit of a shaky first half, and then the rest of it, everything in their favor. But Aurora, they want another crack at the king. They want another crack at taking the throne here. They want to take on C9 in that grand final. But VOYVODA are not an easy opponent at all. We've already spoken about it. They're the underdog, the dark horses. This one's going to be spicy. We take a look over towards Aurora first, and this side with two players of X4s, so a guy from Entropic as well. Some of the best within Tier 2 that we've got at the moment, especially coming out of that CIS region. They have been on some brilliant run of forms recently, and some specific maps like Nuke have been oh so good for them.
Yeah, really looking solid. I think that they're a very, very impressive team, 26 in the world right now. And, you know, they play really clean Counter-Strike as well. We see a lot of teams like BNE, for example, that can break in towards the top 20 that they play around having very aggressive individuals and, you know, just explosiveness. They can get the better of the rest of the region, the rest of the Tier 2 circuit, because they have stronger individuals. They rely on those stronger individuals. Aurora, though, they play some pretty well put together Counter-Strike. It's not just all about the individuals. So I think that, you know, that makes them much more impressive and indeed a bit more of a joy to watch. They're a nice change of pace compared to some teams.
They're a very rigid side, and I think that's something that makes them really, really nice to watch. I think for me, they're always kind of a bit of a joy because the teamwork and the cohesion is so good over towards this Aurora side. If one person doesn't play well, they kind of this synergy where someone else can plug the gaps. And if Kenzie or Norby, the big hitters from X4s, you know, if they don't step up, then the likes of Alatic can come through, Lackey can step up as well, and even Celta has his moments. So they're a really good side to watch. I really enjoy watching this Aurora team. I think they have, you know, proven their worth as being one of the best within Tier 2. However, VOYVODA, these guys have already at one point been at the throne of Tier 2. You know, with both Fiend and Skate at some point in their iterations have been seen as one of the best teams within Tier 2. Bulgarian Counter-Strike has always been so formidable. And all five of these guys here at some point in their life have been looked at as one of the best in terms of their region.
Yeah, very true. I think they're almost at the top of the Bulgarian scene and really did impress making it here through the open qual. And then just, you know, really, really solid yesterday. They managed to take down Eternal Fire, which, you know, was a closer game, but then they also managed to take down BNE, so two of the favorites of that group, and you know, because of that, we don't see Eternal Fire make it here. Really, really scary stuff, and yeah, VOYVODA are a big part of that, and a very decisive kind of game. They were just playing super heavy pack mentality Counter-Strike, bursting in, really aggressive, really quick games. You know, they didn't keep us waiting very long at all with their action and all that kind of stuff, and I think that made them very difficult to play against because the game at the moment feels quite slow and they aren't really getting that memo. They're just doing their own thing and they do their own thing really quick and it can be difficult to keep up with. And I think a lot of teams get caught off guard by the through smoke plays, by the cheese that VOYVODA are able to bring into a lot of rounds.
Yeah, they're very aggressive, right? We know this. There's the puggy side. And when we get to the veto in a second, right, we'll probably expect more of the same thing, right? You know, very, very puggy in terms of where all the maps we're going to go to. Whereas the other side for Aurora, they're very rigid, very team heavy, util heavy as well. So it's the battle of the mindsets here. You know, we got two different sides with two completely different outlooks on how they approach Counter-Strike. And I think, to be honest, the veto should reflect exactly that. Aurora, very util heavy, rigid, and a VOYVODA very puggy. I don't think it's a surprise at all to see both of these maps coming through. We saw the Inferno yesterday of what VOYVODA can bring. Unbelievable. As for Nuke, Aurora are near enough unstoppable on Nuke in them. The only time they've lost in the last, 16, 17 games was in an overtime against Astralis back in an old CCT tournament. These guys have looked brilliant. The thing that does maybe concern me slightly is Mirage at the side end. We saw how good VOYVODA can be on Mirage.
Yeah, certainly. I think very impressive. kind of stuff from the side of VOYVODA. They played Inferno mainly yesterday. They're on a streak of winning. You know, their form looking really, really good at the moment, the VOYVODA boys. And we'll see. I think that Inferno, it was also a map that we had, you know, Aurora, we watched them a little bit ago. They played some Inferno, right? They're not too bad on the Inferno. And indeed, I think that both teams will be pretty happy with the way that the veto has gone down. But no pushovers. That first map is really going to put a lot of pressure on, I think, because VOYVODA, they do play Nuke a little bit, maybe not to the same sort of level. We'll have to see how Nuke looks. But I think Inferno, for me, is going to hold an awful lot of weight in this matchup. Aurora, as said, though, not too far of it. But you can see just by basic statistics and things like that, both teams will be really happy with the way that this veto has panned out. No punish picks coming in.
Yeah, and the big one that comes through, and this is the same conversation we're having in the C9 B&E game, right, is the opening map. We already spoke about it. For B&E, they had to take Mirage because we already know about how strong C9 can be on Vertigo. It's the same argument here. VOYVODA have to take Inferno because we know how good Aurora can be on Nuke. If it gets to that second map, things become very worrying for me. If Aurora have already taken Inferno, I don't think that third map would be needed. However, if VOYVODA take their opening map of Inferno, then I think we go towards Mirage.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It certainly does, you know, kind of paint a picture of how this one is going to go down. Really looking forward to getting into it. Which way are you leaning? Which way are you thinking? I'm thinking Aurora. I actually think Aurora for the 2-0. I think that they'll be ready for VOYVODA, right? VOYVODA have had their day of surprises, had their day of upsetting. They went under the radar. Not many teams prepared for them and that kind of thing. I think that they'll no longer have that advantage and Aurora will be ready for them.
I feel like I should have learnt my lesson from yesterday. I mean, I kept saying that these guys are dark horses, VOYVODA, right? I mean, both times we were coming in and I was like, I don't know how confident I'm feeling about, you know, the other team because VOYVODA can always upset. But it's a best of three. And that's the thing that I think leans in favor of Aurora. They've played so many best of threes over the last 3 months alone, if not before that. I mean, these guys are so well drilled. So for me, I'm going to go Aurora, but I think a third map will be needed. I think it's going to be 2-1 in favor of Aurora.
Okay. I think that's fair enough. I'm gonna put all my chips in. I'm gonna say 2-0 for Aurora. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. Well, they're gonna get the stronger side start in my eyes, starting off on the CT side of Inferno. It's always big for the players. You know, they love those side starts to go their way. So I think certainly going to be a challenge to take them down. But we'll see. We'll see. Aurora, you know, one of these teams I think that. Again, just kind of approach things with their own game and might not have learned the lesson, as you're saying, against VOYVODA with the explosiveness and the individual prowess that VOYVODA have got. They might, again, fall flat and not be ready to play against this type of opponent. I'm hoping that they have done some research, right? They're on the later game today. That's got to be worth something. So we'll see. We'll see. It's a real challenge to guess what kind of a game you're going to get when you've got teams like this playing off against each other. What we saw yesterday was a lot of like the clash of styles, though. VOYVODA also playing in some pretty aggressive teams, and VOYVODA, I think, are super aggressive, right? When they're playing an Eternal Fire, when they're playing a BNE, they're able to like show them how it's done, kind of thing. You think you guys are wacky and crazy? Well, wait until you see what we've got. And Aurora play a much more put together kind of game, a much more team-based kind of game. So I think it's going to be a challenge to match that aggression. And, Aurora are not even going to try and play as aggressive as VOYVODA. Just need to keep the guns up, keep concentration, keep focus. And that should see you through to a pretty clean kind of victory here.
Yeah, no, I got to agree. We're getting on the way momentarily into map number one. It's going to be Inferno. Like you mentioned, that CT start coming through for Aurora. However, I think VOYVODA prefer the T side. So there's definitely the argument to be had there of VOYVODA, or both teams, in fact, starting on the preferred side. This first half, in my eyes, will decide who takes Inferno. This is where both sides are in their element. Both sides are in their strong points. And look at this from Kenzie. He's flying down mid. They're all flying down mid.
Yep. Aggression coming in from Aurora. Not necessarily what we were expecting. Trades out. Oh, Celta. Beautiful shots through from him. Should be all she wrote for this one. A lot of damage being done, getting kind of stuck off by Red Star as well, though. Got to be careful of the flanking presence. This is often what happens. You push your way down middle, and then it becomes very difficult to find an out, find an escape. Well, one way to escape is to just keep getting kills, Lovely stuff. Aurora will get the pistol, and maybe they are going to try and match VOYVODA to their own game a little.
I mean, they have the ability. We know the likes of Norway and Kenzie, when they were on the fours, on the Jerry's tutorage, they would have had, you know, plays like this and games like this where they have to take aggression to them. And fours are a very good side and a very good example of that. So they love it in their belts. The CIS style of play, normally very slow in terms of its approach. You saw C9 encapsulate that in towards the previous game. But Aurora, great start from them. We're going to have a tech pause pretty immediately in towards this game. Hopefully only a minor thing, and then we can get the kind of show back on the road. But a great start coming through from Aurora. Really taking it to VOYVODA, making sure that they get absolutely nothing. And it will mean that it's just going to be like pretty much a nothing buy coming through. Yes, it's a full investment. They're putting all their chips in the middle of the felt, but they can't actually bring too much to the table. Just poison in the scout, a few pistols, and it should be a bit of a walkover. Aurora finding a second feels like a bit of a, you know, a necessity, a lock-in.
Did see quite a few force buys yesterday. Find success for VOYVODA though, so we'll wait and see. Inferno starting a bit slower than some of our other maps so far today. Oh, bubble, spamming away. Might have heard some of the damage done at the very least. You know, Celta's going to be left on 35 HP. Not a bad start.
Just going to fall away. Give up the space. You know, Kenzie Elastic are nearby, so they can kind of reclaim a bit of that lost ground. All they really have to be cautious of is an Apps dive, which I feel like they're pretty prepared for. Lackey will play up close to the MP9. If they pop through the smoke, as Red Star seems to be preparing for, it's going to get messy.
Nearly does. The MP9 not going to find too much in the end, though. Very... Oh, good flash coming through the smoke to get a grab on towards Lackey. Leave him worse for wear. They're going to find their way over towards this B bomb site by the looks of things. And, yeah, this could get kind of strange. They're backing off towards the A side, though, so they don't really know where they want to go on the VOYVODA side, but they do have a man advantage to work with in a low HP bar in the form of Celta. Oh, great find from Dreamer onto Kenzie. And this is what we were talking about. This is the power of the VOYVODA individuals. Dreamer gets another, and that'll be the save coming through from Latic and Norby. The round goes south. Not a single kill for Aurora.
No, that's bad, especially considering as well, when the flash comes in towards mid, a lot of info gained as well. It's what 3 players close towards mid, and it all just crumbles. That's a round for Aurora. They'll be kicking themselves. You cannot be losing those sort of rounds. The A site made very, very vulnerable. All it took was a couple of pop flashes, and they found all the space to work with. Really good stuff. Really great work from Dreamer with the Deeg in hand. 2 players saving. Latic and Norway. M4A1S and MP5. We transferred over in towards the next one. I'm assuming as well Aurora will match them at it. I'm assuming they'll fall by in towards the next one. We saw them do quite a bit in towards that day one in Group A. Especially against Domination. They love kind of matching the force buys. And with them essentially playing a double eco situation anyway, it's probably the best point of call. Maybe buy up towards 5.7s. A couple of the Eagles if you really want. I think they always are going to have a bit of a weird and wonderful economy here. So you may as well force buy in anyway. Even if they were to save, they still have the eco international as well. So you may as well. That's going to be the case. Full buy coming out. So an MP9 will join the troop. As Celta and Kenzie will just stick on the pistols. All tight square. Interesting start to Inferno.
Interesting start indeed. Oh, nade damage comes through the smoke. Gonna do some decent damage. Backing off. VOYVODA just playing and starting off quite slow, posturing over towards this B-bomb site to try and give some control, and they're going to go in pretty dry actually, and they should be able to get the control. This boost found an awful lot of success from up here, to be honest with you. I think I want to say, was it Aurora? I'm not quite sure. I think it was in one of our games on the earlier day. It might have been Monty found a lot of success with this boost.
Yeah, right now Latic just around the corner from danger. There's low HP. Might not be the right call. Oxygen falls away in the smoke. He's reclaimed some space. He'll find one. Looking for a second as well, but he gets dropped by the MP9.
Kenzie up top. Going to go unchecked. Manages to drop the bomb there with that frag. A little weird. However, they'll see if they can best him. Celta finds ahead of his own. Uh-oh, this is getting very strange indeed. XHOCII trying to just ultimately stay alive. Deagle's ringing out. There you go. XHOCII will take down the bomb, drop it on the deck with only 20 seconds left. It's a 1 versus 3 for Poison to try and recover back. We're in for a messy one. And this would be a messy 1v3. I don't think he's going to get it. There's just no time for him to work with. Keep him distracted. Keep him at bay. Spam him down and finish him off. Lovely stuff coming through from Aurora. They win a force buy of their own.
We said they'd answer right back. We said, you know, they try and match VOYVODA at their game. And they're doing it, and doing pretty well at doing so. You know, matching them with the aggressive, force-buying, chaotic rounds. And straight away, we are going to see just a quick little timeout called. VOYVODA, feeling the pressure. That one's a bit of a tilter, and you can sort of see why. Nice couple of shots coming through. The deals put to very good use by Aurora. And even the MP5, as much as I don't like the gun, I got to give Celta's credit. I've got to give just Aurora generally. They love it. They always pick up in towards the MP5s. 2-1 in terms of the scoreline. Things looking okay for Aurora, considering that VOYVODA have a little bit of a weird buy for them. Double AK setups, Poison in towards the scout once again. Triple AK, in fact, as Auction will pick up one of his own. The big thing that does worry me slightly for VOYVODA, they love a force buy. We expect a force buy. But the lack of util is going to make it very difficult. Even if they get towards the site and a bomb down, post spawns can be really difficult to set up without the util on hand.
Very, very true. Red Star going fast here, waiting for a flash. Actually, no, just going to go completely dry through the smoke, finds the early frag, and gives VOYVODA the man advantage straight away. He will be traded out by the nades, though. Pretty big that he does get taken down in that fashion to make sure that things are even.
Stay in control here. That's the main objective. MP5 getting close. Celta's going to fall away. Bit of a spam on the way out. Trying to get a fade away for information more than anything. There will be an AK collected by Bubble. VOYVODA actually a pretty formidable buy now for them. Still, the only thing we do mention, the limited utility could make it difficult. Considering Celta's tucked up close and personal. Hang on a second. Auction might want to walk into it. This could be rough. Damn it out both ways. Auction very lucky to be alive. And not for much longer.
Ooh, XHOCII with 2 as well. He will be traded out from the side. 2 versus 2. Now ensuing as the bomb goes down on the A bomb site. They're both split on the CT side as well. Chaotic rounds. Fast, aggressive, in your face. That is the VOYVODA way. And you can see it making all the difference in this game so far. Aurora, as many teams have had to do, trying to adjust, particularly to the Inferno. It seems like they really have Inferno in the locker on the VOYVODA side of things. Another Moto smoke coming in. Latic does not really have anything to work with. Trying to get cheeky. Down goes his partner. Just going to be him. There's not enough time. Maybe try and make it costly. They should all go down to the bomb here, particularly Bubble. Not going to be able to save there in the corner of pit. Not so sure about the apps player. Just about survives. But all the same, very, very costly second round for VOYVODA.
Yeah, Poison. Pretty lucky man there. Stay alive, 20 points of HP. A great round. VOYVODA answering back. These forced by wars. They're chaotic. But it's still the T-side who now essentially win them out, considering another force buy to come through. Yes, but a double M4 when S makes it so difficult, where we saw into was the previous round, at least had 3 AKs to work with. This is Aurora once again trying to match them at their own game, but they just seen that step behind. As Red Star looks at the opener, can tuck himself in towards Logs. Not a lot of util dropped in towards Bananas of just yet, but there's the first in the hands of Latic. Nice shot.
Yep, getting cheeky, that's what they love to do, and certainly in these force buy wars, as it is the most back and forth affair so far, that's what you've got to do. Norvi, meanwhile, up on the boost once again. Going to find success around the corner with it. Really deadly stuff. Smoke goes down, and no chance of a trade coming in. So a 5 versus 3. Looking set to be another round in favor of the team that shouldn't find it. Absolutely hilarious stuff, to be honest, as it continues this crazy Counter-Strike that VOYVODA create.
Just a classic. Forced by wars. All over the shop. Bobble flashed in as well. Looking to try and see if he can alleviate some of the pressure here. Norway delivering on 1 as Lackey will drop. Norway all has to do is stay alive for as long as possible. Backing over the rotation. Bobble will fall. And so will Auction. Latic started things off and he'll clean it up too. Aurora back in the lead. Back up by 1. And the force buy is now, I think, should be limited here with no bomb blunt. VOYVODA I was going to say they should save, but I've just seen Auction investing towards an AK. So I think once again, Script, I think they're going again for another force buy, even though I think the most they can pick up is 1 AK. I don't think they can pick up even a second. I'm going to try and give it a go. VOYVODA, yeah, they have gone for the force buy. So you know, it's all in. All the eggs in one basket, all the eggs onto Red Star. It was Auction who bought it, but he drops it over to Red Star. Of course, has the armor to wield with. Auction is happy just to wield the Tech 9, no armor. No util either.
Kind of crazy. The scoreline snaking like a slinky at the moment. Just bouncing around. Boing, boing, boing. Mental. So very back and forth. It's what we were expecting from the VOYVODA game, though. And like I say, it's the chaos that they create. Aurora matching them, however. It's something that BNE could not do. And will not do, as they have indeed been knocked out. But yeah, we'll see. First and forwards, Dink lands, not quite the frag. Norby got to get out of there and make sure that he stays alive. Lackey going to find Dreamer. And only 3 remain now for the VOYVODA side, and they are fairly confident on their banana hit. But they are being contained in, flanked out completely by Lackey. A lot of information. They're going to be very ready for this B hit to come in. Smoke goes down. No one presenting on the Aurora side. Really looking to play it safe and get this round as cleanly as they possibly can. Just going to be bubble left, and he's finished by the MP9. Lovely stuff, Aurora. Break the curse and string 2 together.
Yeah, 1 casualty is not actually that bad as well. Like we said, it was the kind of the hero AK coming through. Not really a lot around it. It's a very nice round, all things considered. And what won Aurora that round was just util. Really good usage from them. Gave them a lot of space to work with. Molotovs continued to put pressure on. And after a moment, it's Aurora building up a decent little repertoire on that CT side. And the force buy wars finally concluded. And now we can start to build up narratives and storylines, looking at to see how things are going to pan out. Well. Bit of a tech pause, though. Hopefully, nothing too problematic, and then we can kind of get things back on the road. We will in just a second, I'm assuming. No one seems to have dropped out, which is the good thing.
Looks like we're good.
Yeah, we're all good. Easy. Nice work. No problemo. It was just a little bit of packet loss. Happens to the best of us. VOYVODA. Now into just the pistols. Nothing really to be brought here. They want to try and stick around that 2K mark. They've got a bit of loss bonus to work with, and they will have a little bit more after this round. But just make sure you have conclusive money in towards the next. They're going to go for the full Glocks. Essentially attack balls without calling attack balls.
Seems to be the trend. Usually pretty good, to be fair. They are playing pretty far back, so I think they will just be kind of chatting away, going through the motions of this round. Meanwhile, Aurora, not quite sure what they are going to be up against, right? Is it going to be a buy? Is it going to be an eco? It should be an eco. With the way that it's been so back and forth, it might not be that easy for them to track the economy, to be fair. They might indeed be kind of acutely unaware. But VOYVODA, not really giving them anything to work with in that sense either. They've not shown themselves. They've not gotten aggressive yet. Where do they go from here? Only time will tell. It looks like it's going to be a burst out through middle, and hopefully many frags to come for the anti-eco Urs. Latic, got to be careful not to get overwhelmed here. Looks like he will. There's been some team damage come in. The flying Glock. Lackey's got it covered, though. Should hopefully be able to mow down the remaining 2 members of the squad, he says. Actually, Kenzie trained up. Oh, and the AWP gets overwhelmed. These are some good kills. And that might be the AWP out of action. No, just about able to get it is Lackey.
Yeah, all good, but he's one of those things where you can give him the silver lining, give him a little positives. It was a full Glock buy. That's walking away with a couple of kills. Not too bad. The attack pause. Well called in the attack pause. This is the one that matters most. Full buyout. Primarily AKs. 1 Galil for Bubble. As he will prioritize utility. It's been a bit of a slow game in terms of momentum so far, I guess. Aurora starting to get a little bit of a stranglehold on it. Win out this round here, find a 6th, build up a little bit of a gap over VOYVODA. Who knows? They can start to run away with a CT side.
Who knows indeed. Flash comes around. Going to be an early smoke here towards middle, keeping VOYVODA at bay. They are looking nervy. Flash comes in, heard. Oh, the trade is there. Red Star still, of course, comes away with a frag because he's ridiculous. Norvi going to be flashed off the angle. They burst in to go for the banana control. Just don't give them the fights. A minute left. They don't have a lot of control to work with, just really keeping that CT side guessing. And they have conditioned them ever so slightly, you know, to loud noises. Nice find on the information. Nice prod from Norvi to go in and just see what's up. And that means that the rotations can now come back towards the A side of things. Latic on the AWP, though, is going to be lagging behind a little bit. Selter in on the site, only good for the one. Needed Latic to join him, and he couldn't because of the Moto smoke. Norvi's here quickly. I don't expect him on the flank this fast. Bubble hidden away. Play the post plan as cleanly as you can. Bubble takes a peek, wins the fight. And that might just seal the deal. The AWP tries to trade, can't get it done, and VOYVODA find themselves 3.
It was all down to that kill. If Norway finds one in the rotation, then they give the retake a go. They don't. It's the old, the classic Inferno. Save Simulator at times going to call it straight away. They know they can't get back on towards our site. Regardless of the util that VOYVODA have got to work with, it's just so ingrained. It's so deep in terms of the post bomb. It's really, really well set up. VOYVODA up to their 3rd, right back in the game. Still hot on the tails of Aurora. Thankfully, it should be an okay buy. The only one that I do question is Lackey, but he should get a drop, so a reinvestment, no problems for Aurora. It all came down to this kill, to be honest. Red Star flying through a smoke. Should have been dropped immediately. The fact that he has to be called upon on the trade keeps attention drawn over towards B, while the rest of the team are hitting over towards the A site. And they're going to get it for free. First round of the last 4 going the way of VOYVODA. And slowly getting their neck back in towards this game. But as we said, a full buy-in, no problem at all. So of course, Lat to keep that open play is the priority. Something in which VOYVODA themselves don't have the ability to have yet. Bobble alongside Red Star. Nice kill.
Nade goes too deep. It could have traded Red Star if it goes off the wall as those usual nades do. But it goes too deep. Bobby will get the smoke down, keep them at bay for the time being. They're going to go straight through it, though, reading into the situation, knowing that he is more likely than not by himself. So Novi going to try. Maybe if they get a kill on the lurk here, it could be big. But VOYVODA really playing a bit more disciplined, to be fair. A few more protocols in play. Dreamer just chilling. Just chilling. Looks like the round is going to go the way of VOYVODA then. Aurora have had a few in a row here, but they have been bested in the past few, making a few mistakes. Not quite sure what to expect, and VOYVODA abusing them.
Yeah, just that early save call straight away. Seems to be a case on point there, just making sure you have that money ticking over once again. Shouldn't be too much of an issue for Aurora. All it takes is one drop over towards Lackey, as long as there's no more kills on the way out. The bomb will go off over towards B. Celta hearing a lot of noise around him. And he will find oxygen. Just going to tuck his head now, make sure he stays alive and okay. So, a consolation kill. A small silver lining, but nothing really of anything to care for. As VOYVODA get 2 in a row. Great start again in terms of rekindling the flame of the T side. And now, we have to look once again over towards Aurora. How are these guys able to turn things over? Lackey is actually just going to have a low buy to his name with a deagle in hand. They're making sure they have money left in the back pocket in case they need a buy in towards the next, in case this one goes sideways.
Nade over the top. Latic left blind. Norvi left in the grave. Oh, and Latic goes back in. Poison going to take him down. VOYVODA again not messing around here. Really playing well in the pack. Seltzer, 3 HP. What can he get done? He does actually manage to find a frag there. But the round will not go the way of Aurora. VOYVODA starting to run rings around them, looking very dominant on this here T side. 3 very, very quick rounds in a row.
Yeah, they are. And this is really good stuff coming through. Kenty trying to stay alive here. Dropping a bit of util in. He knows Dreamer's nearby. And Oxygen's joining the fight. Molotov will make his life actually not that bad. Oh, no, never mind. He's going down to the flames. Oxygen easy for him. Molly does spread. Nothing you can do. Nothing he could do. Great work. Great work coming in, and we're seeing this VOYVODA side, once again, come alive. 3 in a row. As we mentioned, Aurora made sure that across the board they had minimum 2k to work with. So it just meant that they're always going to have a buy heading in towards this round, regardless of what it's going to be. Granted, a couple of SMGs might have to be wielded. Aurora taking it right back towards VOYVODA. So far, the T side definitely in control of this game.
Certainly feels that way. Certainly proving that way. Oh, big nade damage onto Lackey. We'll have to back off. They're going to try and get aggressive, though, on the CT side. Flash comes round from Bubble. Norvi in for a double, though. Massive frags round from Norvi. Really solid stuff, and will be left to back away, but should be happy with that 4 versus 3 ensuing now for the CT side.
Oh, poisoning is very close. Little pop shot coming through. VOYVODA, this is a tough predicament. Numbers don't favor them, and Kenzie's close, and he just plays contact. That's the bomb, and surely now the round 1. Molotov on top of it. I can't see a world. Away. And Dreamer gets read like a book too. Poison just safe.
Still sticking around. Hungry for the frags. Not going to get him. And we'll go down. That's going to be an AWP saved as well for Latic. He'll get his hands onto that in the next round, but yeah, they have managed to save the AWP, which is a pretty big deal for Aurora. Really big boost to the economy, as you can see. Lackey buys quite quickly down to a FAMAS. Not sure if I'm a big fan of that. There was certainly a drop that could have occurred, I believe, but all the same, he takes a sacrifice as the in-game leader, I suppose. But yeah, really, really close stuff, Aurora. However, as soon as their lead comes under contention, they will snatch it back.
I want to see it right now. These two sides inseparable. We saw a lot of this in towards our opening series. Cloud9 and B&E. Very close affair, but VOYVODA, the underdogs, the dark horses, continue to live up to the namesake. This is a big round, though. Bit of a swing one, too. Win this, and it could turn the tides. Whoever takes it could get a little bit of a momentum in their favor. South over Pixel Peak will find oxygen.
Bubble inside the smoke, looking to find a frag and get a bit giddy with it. Kenzie, though, kind of savvy to that fact and finds him on the peak. Beautiful stuff. Really good timing and the sense of it from Kenzie. Another frag comes round for the CT side. Just left to back away 4 versus 2 as the bomb has been retrieved by Red Star, but really not going to be the easiest way into the bomb site on this one. Peeking round, trying to find the frag. Whoa, important one for Red Star. You never know. You can never count this VOYVODA side out of things. It looks like he is reading relatively well onto the flanking player. Not going to be able to find him. So now what? 30 seconds. Slow creep out from the apartments. Again, wriggling their way in on this one. Red Star wins the fight once again. Lackey, therefore, has to be careful here. Following in the footsteps, will be watched out by Dreamer. And they've allowed Red Star in. They've allowed Red Star to find all the frags. 3 coming in from him at the end of the round when it looked like it was over. This is incredible stuff. Just going to be Norvi left. Red Star's left low and certainly could drop, but it's Dreamer now that you have to worry about. Really, really difficult. There's the crack angle from Dreamer. Down he will go, and VOYVODA steal the important round, making sure they stay right on Aurora.
The big swing round. 2 kills for Dreamer and a 3 for Red Star. This guy is really finding his form, especially considering, you know, you got a couple over towards VOYVODA. Oxygen to name one, Dreamer another as well, in the sense that they've been a little bit quiet. Red Star's plugging those gaps. It's a great round for him, really is. Especially considering as well that things started so well for Aurora. They had everything, the bomb dropped, the information gained, and it all just fell apart because Red Star is just so good with the AK in his hands. It all falls apart. Really well played. Solid start this game, neck and neck. Deep nade coming through, bit of damage being tagged there, with the pistols already down to 4. Make that 3.
Oh, nice find coming in from Kenzie.
Ooh.
Nice find from Celta. Deagle's not looking too bad then. but they are eventually overwhelmed, unfortunately. It was more of a B-sided stack, and it has been fully dealt with. This is the thing, though, man. You know, sure, in this round, but in some of the past rounds that we're seeing from Aurora, if you play VOYVODA at their own game, if you know, go into that back garden brawl that they really like to play, you know, gloves off, no rules type Counter-Strike,
yeah,
you can find yourself, you know, getting lost in the chaos. And I think that's kind of what Aurora are doing. There's a couple peaks, there's a couple moments where it's like they're clearly in your head. Stop peeking into them, just play a bit more disciplined, and they can't take you down. But
yeah,
they aren't heeding that kind of advice, and they're allowing VOYVODA to play their own game, and VOYVODA are the kings of that.
Yeah, and you're spot on. You really can't be taking it to VOYVODA in that sense. This side are always going to win out aggressive Counter-Strike. They're always going to win when it comes to, you know, very messy, scrappy sort of CS, right? Where you're just trying to fly in and use your fundamentals, use your mechanics. I think pound for pound in terms of kind of the mechanical side of thing, VOYVODA are the better team in terms of the individuals. Red Star alone, fantastic player. We know as well Poison, how good he can be. However, what makes Aurora so scary is how good they are in terms of their discipline. But right now, they're just rent-free, or that they're VOYVODA are rent-free in terms of they're kind of sucking them into playing this horrible style of play, which VOYVODA aren't used to. They can't keep up. You really like to have a B&E, you can maybe try and take it to them. And they tried yesterday to no avail. I don't think many teams can beat VOYVODA at their own game, at this scrappy CSGO. They're the masters of it. They always have been.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, it's got to be like that 16-4 against B&E has to be the message that's sent. Speaking of a message to send, Selter's got one. Has he got any more, I suppose? Kenzie on the crossfire will be set up. They're going to go aggressive through the smoke, try and catch them and keep them trapped in towards short. Really clean stuff here from Aurora, as VOYVODA may have bitten off more than they could chew. It's just going to be Dreamer in the apartments. Very low and finished off eventually by Lackey. That'll be 7-7 at the turn of the half. Are we going to get any more out? Who's going to take the lead at the half? That's the big question now. But VOYVODA showing some vulnerabilities there with just, you know, the wild rush down short that is very, again, readable and predictable.
Yeah, they try and take contact. It's kind of a standard VOYVODA-esque play. Just fall into the hands of Aurora there. They'll take it. Any sort of little silver lining in their favor. I said that whoever takes this half, in my eyes, might be enough to take out the win. Both of these two sides are on the preferred start. Aurora on the CT, VOYVODA on T. This could be a bit scrappy on the way out. Bomb drop, but a quick trade coming through.
Kenzie insanely blind. Not quite sure by whose flashes, but somebody blinded him. Big damage onto Oxygen, loses the fight out. In fact, another one going to go the way of the CT side. Looking good for Aurora. 4 versus 2. That is all they've got to speak of. Nice find from Latic. Just going to be down to Dreamer then. What can he get? What can he get done in from this angle? Not going to be an awful lot at all, as it will be the 8-7 going the way of Aurora. Lovely stuff from them. And they do just manage to squeeze out the lead.
Yeah, you know, it's fine margins. I say coming in towards this game, whoever takes the half, I feel like might take the map. But it doesn't actually feel as easy as that. These two sides have been inseparable. I really don't know what Aurora are going to bring towards their T side, because we've already spoken about it. They're getting sucked into that playstyle of being super aggressive, very puggy, very scrappy. That's where you put it, gloves off in the back garden. You know, when you have a little scrap with your brother in the wrestling ring. And, you know, right now, for Aurora, that's the kind of play that they shouldn't really be getting dragged into. They need to play their game, which is kind of controlling the pace, controlling the tempo. Potentially, we could see a little bit more of this on towards their T side. There's a much more slow, methodical. Their approach as well, conditioned to force VOYVODA to make mistakes.
Slow but sure up the banana area here. They are moving into 4. They are ready for this one on the VOYVODA side of things. Flash going to come round to try and blind up their opponents. 1 for Red Star, looking for a little more. Not going to be able to get it. It's Poison at the new box that finds it. And then Oxygen, of course, going to go overlooked. Pistol goes to where VOYVODA. It's cheesy. It's cheeky. But that's what they're all about. 4 on the B bomb site, and they will come away with the pistol.
We love a gamble stack. We really do love a gamble stack coming through. Sometimes they don't pay off. This time, it's beautiful. There's so many angles, and every single time that Aurora think they've traded one out, they think they've cleared the site, another one pops out of some hole, some corner somewhere. We're all tight square. Of course, no bumble on Aurora. I can't afford to go in for a force buy. Thankfully, they opt to just go for that full save coming through. Just a couple of pistols. Basically, the attack pause of our calling attack pause. But speaking of, we haven't really seen all as many attack pauses regardless. Both sides have been letting this game play out.
It's been an endless game. It's been a very endless game. Not really any timeouts taken. And again, that's kind of the thing. You let VOYVODA into your heads, and they're going to play around with that to the greatest of their ability. I'm really, really scared for this CT side. I think we're going to see, you know, so much aggression coming in, and I think Aurora will really struggle to play against that VOYVODA. We saw them yesterday loving the banana aggression and just taking those early scraps, never down and out, going for rounds when you'd expect them to save. So you got to watch yourself here on the Aurora side.
That's it. Very true. That was a full eco. Bit of cash in the pockets of the MP9s too. A bit of a kill bonus. Not exactly too bad, but expected. And now we get to see what Aurora are all about. Full buy. Remember that he's had a lot of util to work with as well, especially in the hands of Latic Seltzer and Lackey, but it's Norway who will find the first. Poison looking towards mid, he gets head ripped off, and same can be said for Oxygen.
Well then, Aurora showing that they can bring the aggression as well. They can play into your face, they can play all over you, and that's exactly what they have gone for. The bonus buy has been thwarted, and Aurora looks set to even things up to 9 very quickly indeed. We have got a game on our hands here. This is exactly what we wanted from these two teams. VOYVODA playing their own style, playing their own game. They have been bested. They have been figured out. And Aurora, that's what we were talking about. Immaculate team play, just so well put together. The pacing was perfect. The spacing was perfect.
Agreed.
Really, really good stuff moving in towards that A-bomb site.
It's very heads-up Counter-Strike coming through from Aurora there in that round. Everything working like a machine. All the cogs in motion in perfect unison. Lackey gonna try and have a little poke around, see what he can do. Doesn't work in his favor. Actually gives over an upgrade too, which is exactly the... Oh, no, he doesn't.
Does he?
No, I think Bubble shot it away. When he killed him, his final bullet shot the AK deep in towards CT. Which is unfortunate. So he will drop over his M4A1S for no reason. You hate to see it. Second pause called by VOYVODA. And I think probably a bit of a needed one. That's not exactly the great round coming through. Not exactly where they want to be in terms of how this start to the second half is going. We've seen Aurora hot on their tails, finding a bit of form on the T side. They've passed the bonus with relative ease. And then considering that for VOYVODA, because they've had to reinvest in a little bit in towards that bonus and then towards this round, it is a little bit middling. Poison's going to struggle unless he's a drop somewhere, but I don't think he does. So he might be down to maybe a FAMAS armor if he doesn't want a util, or maybe the MP9 if he wants to try and pick up a bit of util. Auction, thankfully, full buy for him. No questions asked. Yeah, a little bit janky. Well, isn't exactly the same over towards Aurora. They should be in a fairly decent position. Poise actually going to opt for the scout. I don't mind this call, especially considering that Aurora won't have a scope on their side to deal with him. So he could potentially individually cause some problems. Bit of a tag and bag scenario.
Bit of a tag and bag indeed. Let's see whether they get any bags, though, is the real question. These are, once again, the rounds where VOYVODA just looks so good. Really, really cool stuff from them in rounds like this where, you know, yeah, they pull out a cheeky boost or two. We've got one here at the top end of Banana. Red Star, going to be caught out in the open, not traded. Oh, and Norvi doesn't commit to it. Actually eats a nade for his trouble. So that's a big early frag coming in for VOYVODA.
Big name coming through. Spacing towards top mid, created Poison, I don't know about it. Dropping a nade, in fact, and it will do a lot of damage. Selted down to 47. So Latsky and Kenzie also take damage alongside him. Everybody now tagged over towards Aurora as they rotate back over towards B. And there's two players here to meet them and greet them in the hands of Bubble, the IGL, and Red Star, the hero rifler. But he is low.
He is. But the boost up for Bubble, I like this idea. It should be good for one at the very least, and then just buy time for the rotations to come around. Bubble on high. There it is. There's the one frag coming through off the back of the contact. Oh, nearly another as well. So he's done a lot of damage. 4 versus 3. They should be able to get the bomb plant in here quite easily. Another CT smoke goes down. Can they keep this at bay? 23 HP for Latic, 47 for Celta, and Kenzie only on 89. It's really not going to be easy. It's certainly not out of the question when you've got a scout in there, a FAMAS in there, an awkward buy here from VOYVODA. No utility for them to work with. Great timing from Kenzie. Comes up top to find 2. Absolutely huge from Kenzie. Dreamer will be left on his lonesome. Not a chance, not a hope in hell. Backing away and giving the round to Aurora. A huge 1-1 out in the 4v3 crunch from Aurora.
Just when you were thinking things were falling apart as well, they were going over towards the B side. They get the opening kill as well, VOYVODA, when the B execute comes through. However, it all falls apart. Red Star was low on HP, and Bobble only good for the 1-for-1. Aurora up to 10, up to that double digits call. VOYVODA slowly but surely starting to lose control of this game in a matter of moments. Really well played. That post plant's immaculate. What a setup coming through. And it's caused such a problem over towards the CT side in terms of their buy. I don't really think Bubble will want to go for a full buy here. What's the point? He may as well keep his money and then have, you know, an AWP in hands for poison in that next round. That is going to be the case. Speaking of AWPs, Lat's going to pick one up himself.
Bit rare to see on the T side. But yeah, he's going to go for it and try and, you know, take some real control of this game. Very important map if they're able to find it. Of course, got Nuke up next. Aurora's home ground at the moment.
Exactly.
So, Inferno, as we said, this is the one where the series blows wide open. Which way is it going to go? We'll have to see. Norvi charging up long. Oh, lovely one tap. Any more one taps? Nah, he's spraying. He's keeping the spraying coming. Red Star on the site was unexpected. Will get taken down. All good in the hood then. Just the one player going down, and Aurora move up to 11. VOYVODA stuck for ideas. I think we might need to see another timeout from them. At the very least, this buy has got to work for them. They will just about be able to ramble something together. It's not very good, though. It's not very pretty.
No, it isn't. This is actually not exactly where they want to be all too much. Not a great start in terms of how things are panning out for VOYVODA. Granted, should have money to work with in terms of the AWP. Yes, they do. Of course, Bubble with saving the majority of his money into that previous round has that AWP in play. Of course, dropped over to the hands of Poison. You know what he can do with it this time. Looking in, finding the first, and that's what he can do with the big green. Nice start.
Not a bad start for the side of VOYVODA. I'll be wanting to keep that, though. That's kind of the key thing here. Norvi, what can he find? Keen headshot onto Bubble. Really good shot. Red Star with the trade. Nope. Norvi going to take his head clean off, and now the B bomb site completely wide open. Huge moment for Norvi. And they have the utility to boot. They can certainly keep this working. Flashes coming round from Poison, wanting to get aggressive, but deciding against it. We'll try for a no-scope through the smoke. Not going to land for him. Meanwhile, there is a lurking presence in the form of Celta to possibly find a kill on A. Not going to fully send it, so really solid stuff. This one looks like it should be good for Aurora. Bomb going down. VOYVODA, I think your only option is to save, you know, an AWP on half HP. No kit, no utility. Yeah, they just don't have the chance here, and they are going to have to move away reluctantly, but move away nonetheless.
There's the early call. I mean, it is just the case of Inferno. When you lose control of that site, especially when the numbers are in your favor, there's just nothing you can do. Not a chance. Aurora slowly but surely building a decent little repertoire here on the T-side. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Strong work coming through. And a lot to like, in fact, over towards the Aurora side. We were questioning what their T-side was going to be like, whether they're going to be sucked into the playstyle of that VOYVODA team, whether they were going to be in these scrappy sort of Counter-Strike. But no, this is what we like to see from Aurora. Dictating the pace, finding all of the control that we would hope from them, and playing the game to their tempo, their storyline. This is great work. It's 4 in a row from Aurora. A decent run of form. Since it's been the full buys come out as well, they just haven't been able to scratch the surface. a couple of rounds have made it expensive. Got a few kills here and there, but the individuals are really stepping up over towards the Aurora side now. Celtics at his moments. We've just seen Norby off the back of that round 2. Doing what he can. It's good work. Really solid work indeed.
Bubble. He'll open up through the smoke on towards Norby. Poison goes peeking in as soon as he hears a sound cue come his way. Will manage to find a key frag. 5 on 3 then. This should be all but over in this round. But we'll see. Never that easy, particularly against the likes of Aurora. They've done really well to find some rounds out of nowhere.
Celt has been heard close. Bubble waiting for it. Smoke will come through over towards Library. Bubble going to be the only one they really need to push off the angle. They're expecting him, but Bubble falling away. Swinging it. Celta looks the wrong way. That's the bomb drop too. Oh, there's the bomb drop even.
Yeah, they've dealt with everyone here. There's absolutely no chance for Aurora to get back into the round. Probably just going to be a save from Latic. Hold on to some of the cash that he's got, as well as the AWP. Take one away, not bad. But the round itself is not going to happen. Really solid stuff. VOYVODA keeping it competitive here. And will actually manage to drop the AWP at the end there, so making it fully expensive. VOYVODA have, you know, nothing too deep in the strat book on that one. They just kind of come away with some contact aggression from Poison, looking to take over the round, that guy, and he certainly does. But still a lot more work to be done. You can see 4 in a row for Aurora once the rifles have been in play. It's been really, really unstoppable stuff from Aurora.
Yeah, it is. Poison. I like seeing him with the AWP in hands. He's got a kind of ability about him to be the difference maker. We can see why Bubble prioritized saving his money and made sure that Big Green was in play. Of course, if they can maybe get the rifle or Red Star online, it could be good too. Bubble, the IGL will find the first. Norby to fall. It's an important kill as Norby's been a bit of a difference maker. I think Lackey may have just spotted Red Star, but he will not be able to find the kill. It's falling apart over towards top B, and Aurora keep feeding.
Gone for a really fast one, not found success, and then double pumped into the fast one as well. It leaves a lot of questions onto the side of Aurora, but that one doesn't. Latic's flash is great. Poison goes down. That's the AWP dealt with. Still got a lurking presence out on towards the B-bomb site. Just looking. And some cheekiness here. Oxygen. Playing into the hands of Celta perfectly. He immediately goes moving through his own smoke. And here one towards Library. Catches Oxygen. Goes just one towards Library, looking for the fight to win. Bubble. Gonna give it to him. Because of course he is. Flash comes round. It's super effective. They'd rotated completely off of B. Something that Aurora had really not banked on. However, it does give XHOCII the space. So this is a 2v3, and as they go deeper in towards A, we're going to see this bomb go down, and there should be an awful lot of time off it as well. Saying that, there's 2 in towards Banana incredibly quickly. They don't believe their look. They don't believe how clear it is. They hadn't read into it with the flash that came in. So planning out open, not ready for the man to be in from behind. It's all going to be on to XHOCII against 3. He's been spotted. 2 from Banana are definitely quite low. Trying to take a fight, but Red Star posted. Down he goes, and 11 for VOYVODA. The whole distance once again going to be required here.
Yeah, we sort of knew that was going to happen in that round too. Spotted him towards Dark, and the AWP posted. Great work. You know, Red Star in previous teams has been the primary AWP, but the secondary AWP here specifically, my God, can he make it work? Nice little kind of resurgence in somewhat coming through from VOYVODA. It was 4 in a row from Aurora where everything was slowly but surely starting to pan out in their favor. And now we're alive and kicking. Now we're starting to build on something. You mentioned it, the full 30 might be needed. These two sides inseparable for the time being. Poison once again looking to find the opener. Pop shot coming through, doesn't find anything.
Norby gets aggressive ahead of the utility and Banana here looking for a frag. Oh, spots a player. Can he take him down? Not quite. Red Star going to go flying in. Norby's so frustrated. He gets incredibly close to finding at least one. But they both escape him. And now as the dust settles, VOYVODA have come away with a man advantage, and it's unconfirmed damage as well.
Off the back of it too goes Quiet of Poison, finding a kill on towards Lackey. The IGL dropped. Not looking too comfy, but speaking of, Red Star will fall. Bubble able to answer back on towards XHOCII. It's a round for round kind of kill for kill affair. But I think at the moment, VOYVODA have got this surely. Artit looking in. We'll find one. Does he clear calls there? I don't think he will. He'll overlook the position. Dreamer stays parked. It's easy for him. He will fall. Brings it back to a 1 versus 2. CSGO is making something of this. Hang on a second. The last player of Bubble's 13 points of HP.
Uh-oh. He's not going to be ready for Bubble, though, is he? Not going to be ready. Can't get the reaction shot, and Bubble will take him down. Counting their lucky stars there on the VOYVODA side. That nearly goes south. 12-12. All even. No bomb plant means no buy for Aurora. Should be somewhere down the middle and maybe a burst coming out. Seltzer, though, is having a great game. Maybe a hero AK for him would be really nice to see. And that last round, he found a couple of cheeky ones, didn't he? Yeah, not bad at all from Seltzer, making it as costly as possible.
Yeah, we'll give him his credit. He's doing all right, Seltzer. You actually are spot on. You know, the hero AK coming through. I think it's not about call really at all. VOYVODA in control of this game, especially with it being in the latter stages. There's not a lot of life left in it. Starting to get very concerned for Aurora. Just not the position they want to be in terms of control. Utah come through. Nothing they can do with it. They have to remain still and silent over towards our top banana position. Wait for the Molotov to go. Off the back of the flash, they're flying in. Bubble will just fall back.
Gonna get one just before the smoke goes down. A lot of damage done onto Seltzer as well as they go in for the cross. The boost gonna come round. Molotov keeps them at bay for now. They're ready for the boost. However, oh, it's poison on the edge of the smoke, I think, able to find the frag. What is going on here? Ah, there's a gap in the smoke. Okay. I was gonna say, why have they not, you know, crossed as yet? Can see, can't find anything. They'll all go down. VOYVODA in for the lead. And this is quite something, bringing it to Aurora when Aurora were up with such a strong lead, man. 12-8. And they've let it slip.
Yeah, that's it. Gotta say, that was a pretty comfortable one, too. Really made very, very easy. For the Aurora, for the VOYVODA side, may I say, coming through. Full by coming out. Was just the hero rifle in towards the last. Seltzer this time got a bit of support, but of course he alone has been the big difference maker. He's on just a Galil. We'll see. VOYVODA are only 3 rounds away from seeing off their map pick on a very closely fought Inferno. Deep nades too. That's a lot of damage. They're spamming through the smoke. Bubble and Red Star will kickstart things well. The Tech 9 pulled out, but Kenzie somehow survives.
Bubble looking for a bit of a reaggress. Smoke going to go down, keeps them at bay. Going to call for the rotation to come across. Aurora, again, are, you know, falling into playing VOYVODA's game.
Yeah.
We talked about this in the first half. It looked good. They were set up. They were ready, playing their own style, you know, not too bad in the early rounds. But now they've started to play like VOYVODA again, and they are losing out in these battles, in these angels, in these aggression fights. Bubble at the back end of New Box. Good for one. Maybe even in for another one here if he plays his cards right. Will get overwhelmed by Seltzer. He's still alive with the AK in hand, but they're both incredibly low here. 2 versus 3, not looking good. The bomb as well locked away. Can they even get the bomb down is the big question. I think VOYVODA are happy to give them that and just play the retake. It certainly is easier said than done. Fake comes in. Molotov doesn't make it down. They're hoping for a peek from CT. Not going to happen. Double face round from the coffins, and VOYVODA on fire. 14-12. Looking set to pick up this map.
Love it. I'm loving it. 5 in a row from them. I mean, for VOYVODA, this has just been such a stellar run on the CT side. But it goes back to the thing you were mentioning. We're seeing Aurora now being sucked into VOYVODA's, you know, style of play. Very aggressive, scrappy, chaotic. VOYVODA are never going to lose in this sort of play, especially with these sort of caliber opponents. The only team I can really see in the entirety of these qualifiers is Cloud9 to be able to beat them in that sort of game, because Shiro and Axel just do God's work. Any other team, we saw B&E struggle, we saw Eternal Fire struggle. I don't know, Aurora think could be anything different. Lackey straight in towards the Orb of Poison. Freest kill of his life. Auction will fall, but thankfully Juma there to bail out for a double. It's so comfortable for VOYVODA now.
Yeah, looking all too easy. Seltzer going to spam down Red Star and find some decent damage. Maybe if he can get a gun in his hands, it would be really scary here. XHOCII on the edge of this smoke bubble, ready and waiting for some aggression to come through. Knows that something's up with that smoke. Gonna look to take the aggressive stance, finds the frag. And we'll leave it down to just Celta. VOYVODA backing off, giving him the space, allowing him to get the bomb down if he so requires. But Dreamer's got his eyes on that bomb, you know, passively, but still got his eyes on it, holding the crack angle. Celta has been playing very, very well, but I think that this might be out of his remits of possibility, unfortunately, on the Deagle. We'll see. 35 seconds. Oh, and there it is. The peek from Dreamer comes round just to check on that bomb, and down he will go. 15-12. VOYVODA looking set to pick up their own map pick.
I mean, deservedly as well. The way they played on their CT side, well, it may have started a little bit slow. It looked like Aurora were finding a bit of run of form. It looked like Aurora was starting to do their own thing. Everything crumbling now. VOYVODA. What a great performance we're seeing from them here. Granted, bit of a weird, wacky buy in terms of the pistols out. It all comes down to this one. Laticking towards the AWP. Rifles on display, and they're trying desperately to play it fast over towards B. And once again, the freest of kills of VOYVODA. You can see Aurora just panicking now. The youngsters, the inexperience is plaguing them.
Yeah, we did see this a few days ago. We casted them against Fords, and they kind of had, you know, this, not check out, but just sort of playing into the own game, playing the aggression. Celta, though, it works for him as he keeps on fragging. Look at him go. Absolutely massive round coming out from Celta. Red Star will be able to find one, but that is all. And they went for a double up T-side setup, apparently. I think one of them might have been retrieved in the middle of the round. Nonetheless, It is going to be 13 for Aurora. They finally put a stop to it, and a couple more to overtime. Not too much to ask for. VOYVODA going to go for their third out of 4 timeouts.
I don't blame them. I actually don't blame them. It's a good opportunity to have a conversation now because Aurora have just beat them in that round specifically at their own game, which is, you know, going that heavy meta Counter-Strike. You're looking over towards the CT side in terms of the buy too. And yes, they can invest, but you question the likes of Oxygen. What's he going to bring to the table? Poison's got for that full investment early doors. The rest of the team will be fine. It's just a case in point of how they prioritize things. And I was looking mainly at the likes of Oxygen, but also Bubble too. Maybe it's a little bit less a buy. Like an MP9 so you can pick up utility. And that's the big thing. Just make sure you have a little bit of utility to work with. Aurora seems to be wanting, for some reason at the moment, to be playing this super fast-paced style of Counter-Strike. As long as they can get a few early Molotovs, smokes, nades on board and down and into the kind of the key positions. We're looking at second mid. We're looking at top banana. Just to keep that T-side at bay. We're okay. We're seeing exactly that. Early mollies and smokes coming through in towards banana. Dropped here by Bubble on Red Star, just to try and keep them at bay. No real damage to us as of yet, though.
Early damage coming through from Bubble. And frag, though. It certainly feels a bit tenser after Aurora have picked up that round and made this look doable. Smoke out towards mid. Very, very, very slow posturing here from Aurora. Going to go for the brackets control. It's a safe setup coming in from VOYVODA. They're going to gamble stack on towards the A side of things as well with the quick rotation coming through from Red Star. Bubble just on the jump spot. Out in banana. Meanwhile, what is the plan here? They've got the brackets control. Are they going to go for this? Wrap smoke coming in. Maybe going B, I don't know. Possible. It looks like they might give it a try. Red Star going to find 1 and 2. They know what's up, and I think they smell the rat now. The rotation coming back around 25 seconds for these remaining 3 players to get in. Red Star's going to be here low. Bubble's going to be on high. Oh, Latic with a big shot. Leading the charge. Red Star's here pretty quickly. Going to allow them the plant. Going to give them that at the very least. What else can Latic get? Nothing more. Gets his head ripped clean off. It's just going to be Celta then to really do an awful lot of the heavy lifting. He's gotten himself into a solo position. Oxygen finds him. All down to Norvi to save the map. He's got 4 to find. Surely not going to happen, and they are just biding their time on this one. Going to go wide. Red Star takes him, and the hero of the round rightfully ends the game. 16-13 as VOYVODA continue to surprise, continue to upset, and continue to win Infernos. Not quite sure. Nonetheless, still starting off with a